It's finally Friday, our final day of the 2024 Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show, presented by St. Francis Health Systems. It's Cattle Day. Our Heifer show starts at 8:30 this morning, followed by the steer show tonight at 7 o'clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are so blessed to have these young people here exhibiting their animal that they worked so hard for. And before we get this thing kicked off and underway on a fabulous Friday, we like to do the way we are chosen to do, the way we choose to do, and the way we get to do, and that's start off with a word of prayer followed by the playing of our national anthem. So if you're under the sound of my voice this morning, I ask that you'd pause amongst whatever it is that you're doing, and we're going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Cash Kreiner from the Porter FFA. He's going to lead us in a word of prayer.
Let's pray. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for letting us all gather here at the Livestock Show. Thank you for letting us have safe travels and have healthy livestock throughout the week. And please let us finish out the week strong, being safe, traveling home tonight and coming back tomorrow night. Thank you for the livestock that you blessed us with this year. Thank you for the people that are not so lucky that don't get to show them. And please be with those of the victims of the wildfires in the Panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma. And please be with them as they go through this hard time in life. And please let us all be safe throughout the day and be good sportsmen. Lord, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Old Glory is displayed here in the rafters of our show facility. At this time, we'll have the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're ready to get things kicked off and underway. We'd like to welcome a young man from Gordon, Nebraska. He grew up on the judging team at Connors State College, went on to the great Oklahoma State University. Works for Red Angus. If you would, put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Jake Scott. Class 1, enter the show ring at this time. Class 1, enter the show ring at this time. Mr. Ray King, here's your microphone.
Thank you, Rowdy. Thank you very much. Okay.
Good morning.
A little.
Good morning. This is a voice here in the cattle barn. We'll try to get everybody set up, move us through today. Good to have everybody in the barns. We'll call you when we need you, but we need you when we call you. Class 2 commercials to the exhibitor gate. Class 1 commercial heifers are in the show ring at this time. Class 1 commercial heifers are in the show ring at this time. Also, we get our Class 1 shown here this morning. I'd like to say a great big thank you to Mr. Billy Holcomb. He is our beef superintendent today. His inaugural year.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good morning. We get our show started off with our commercial heifers, and we got a really nice one here to get us started and to get our show moving forward here this morning. A nice made heifer, and in this class, about everything that we'd want to say about her would be positive, but what's most impressive to me is the power and the shape and the dimension that this heifer has. She's a wide-bodied, wide-chested, wide-ended female. It's got good width at her hock, good width at the ground. She's one of the stouter bones, stouter featured kind of heifers in here. And what I like about this heifer is that in addition to some stoutness and some power and some substance, she still has a lot of balance. She's got the right kind of look, right kind of length, right kind of levelness and squareness. She moves really good, and her structure and her movement is a big advantage that she has over the heifers in second and third. To me, one of the closest races in this class is between the heifers in second and third, and you can flip-flop these without a lot of argument for me. In my opinion, the heifer that places second today is more like our class winner, certainly in terms of her size, her weight per day of age, her development, and her body. She's a bigger, outlined, longer-bodied, higher-performing heifer than is that heifer in third today. She stands down on, I think, a little more bone. I like her balance. I like her eye appeal. And again, there's just more heifer there today than there is in third. But to make this one better and to make her more competitive for first, we need to soften her up on her pasterns. And that's a problem for me. As she moves around the ring, she does need to be better off that back leg. I recognize it. I see it just like you guys do, and especially there at her pastern, she needs to move better. The problem is, though, when you move into the third place heifer and you consider her, although she is beautiful, she's awesome fronted, she's sleek, she's clean all the way through, she's one of the freshest conditioned heifers in the class for this age, which I really like. And although she is super sound up front, she too needs to be better off her back leg. She has more flexibility at the ground in terms of being a little softer at her pastern, but I'd really like to realign her hock and reset it, whereas compared to that heifer who's a little stiff on her pastern, she's got extra set to that back leg, and it really throws her off in terms of balance. And today, just not quite as much heifer there. Gets out measured a little bit for me by the heifers in first and second. But hear me say again, those top three are really good in this class. I'm a big fan. Young man, you've got an awfully good kind of heifer coming out here in fourth. Go ahead and pull that white-faced heifer out here. A big framed heifer, a big performing heifer, lots and lots of length of body. Extremely clean for one that's got that kind of power. Her muscle lays in a little different for me. She's a little harder muscled. She's slightly rounder in her hip. She gets a little tighter in her spine as she wants to move around the ring. So in terms of structure, I'd like to relax her as well in the way that she moves. But I love the size, the growth, the length, and a real muscular heifer, a real nice one there in fourth. We get into three heifers here that complete the class that are super practical kind of females. The black heifer that comes out next for me is a more appropriately sized heifer than the two heifers that go down below her, in that she's a little more moderate, but maybe more than that, she's got more body to kind of accompany her size. I love her length, sound enough, but she certainly does give up some bone and just a little bit of that class and balance that we see in the heifers that placed above her. Two big frame heifers round out the class. Love the height, love the stature and the altitude they have up there at their shoulder. They're two of the longer, stretchier heifers, but to go with that extra skeleton, to go with that extra frame, today they just need a little more body and thickness. Great way to start our show. Give them a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 1 Commercial Heifers. 7th place, Hannah Pritchett from Stillwell. 6th place from Forum FFA, Abigail Breesy. 5th place from Preston 4-H, Briley Alexander. 4th place from Haskell County 4-H, Caleb Heifel. 3rd place from Stigler FFA, Jace Bybee. 2nd place from Henrietta Mackenzie Dobbs. And your winner of Class 1 Commercial Heifers, Briley Breckenridge. Class 2 Commercial Heifers entered the show ring at this time. Class 2 Commercial Heifers entered the show ring at this time. Class 3 Commercial Heifers. There are 8 classes of Commercial Heifers. Class 2 with a weight range of 782 pounds to 878 pounds. Class 2 Commercial Heifers. We do appreciate all of our sponsors. When you come into the show facility, if you look up all these banners hanging around ringside of a list of all of our great sponsors here. We also have a VIP stage. It'll be in the southwest corner of the show ring facility. Michelle Leatherman is over there at the VIP stage. If you have not had an opportunity to go purchase an ear tag from over there, it costs you $10. All of the money raised from the sale of the ear tags will go back to the kids that participate in this year's livestock show, and this ear tag will get you discounts around the Muskogee area. Thank you to A&M Window Tint. You can also get a discount at BKE Concessions right out the door here. Charlie's Chicken West and Chet's, Hamlin's El Toro and Pizza Inn, Runt's Barbecue just across Highway 69 on the east side. Our friends at Speedway Grill and Watson's, along with Woodco Outdoors. So stop by the VIP stage and purchase you a $10 ear tag to get your discounts around town, and most importantly, support our youth here at the Livestock Show. Like I say, a great big thank you to our guest here joining us this morning. Bright and early, Mr. Ivory Van kicked the chickens out of the nest and got here early this morning. We appreciate Ag Credit, Mr. Will Carlisle, our newest member in our Muskogee office, along with Mr. David Rodden. So stop by and meet Mr. Will Carlisle. Introduce yourself. If you do business with Ag Credit, stop by there and introduce yourself to him. If you don't do business with Ag Credit, stop by and see David Rodden, and maybe he can introduce you to Will Carlisle. We appreciate Ag Credit and everything that they do for our community here. Always a great supporter. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a great big thank you to Bravado Wireless. They've been with us all week long, making it possible to watch the action here live and in color. If you have friends or family that aren't able to be here, stop by. Tell them to click on the Bravado Wireless Facebook and or YouTube. Correct, gentlemen? Facebook and YouTube. Go to Bravado Wireless. And for those of us joining us this morning on Facebook and YouTube on Bravado Wireless, welcome. Enjoy your Friday in that cubicle. We sure wish you were here in person. I'd like to welcome all those in the bleachers. Hello, Mr. and Miss Nichols. Good to see you guys.
Well, a really, really high-quality top pair of heifers here, and heifers that, in my mind, what you like about them are really a lot of the same things. What you change about them are some of the same things. Here's the differences that I see in this close pair. The young lady's heifer, well, let me start talking about them like this. I said there were some similarities, and here's what they are. These are two stout-made heifers. Body, top, power, width, shape, they rank really high in my book. And so that becomes a little less of a factor for me in terms of bone and just in terms of mass. I love these heifers. They're both very, very high quality. The differences, the similarities that I'd maybe like to improve on both of these, neither one of these heifers moved just at 100% today. And I went back and forth on which one of those I thought was better or which one was worse. And in the end, I just frankly like to see both of them travel just a little better in the way that they stride out here today. So that becomes a little tougher to separate them on. So for me, after I sit here and study these heifers more and more, the young lady's heifer is just more massive. She's a bigger heifer. She's a wider heifer. When I get right in behind her, she's set out wider in her pins. I think there's more bone and more foot in this one right here. So although both of these heifers have a lot of meat, have a lot of body, have a lot of power, she stands out in the pair and in the class as being the most massive. So from a standpoint of just out measuring everything, I'm going to use her to win it. Is she as cool-fronted as that one that stands behind her? No, she's not. And that makes it somewhat close, but don't hear me call that one ugly. I think she's still balanced. I still think she's proportional, especially considering all the power that she has. Would I like to see her handle that back leg a little better? Yep, that's where I'd change her today. Beautifully presented, excellently shown heifer here comes in second. As I've already said, she is a little cooler up front. If you want to go with the tighter, cleaner necked one between the two, I get it. I think it's a close pair in that regard. But as long as you also admit that she's a little more moderate, I don't think she's quite as long-sided and long-hipped. She's not as big-pinned when you get behind her. And this heifer's got plenty of bone, but again, by comparison, she gets out-measured by the bigger-boned one that goes out in front. And when you watch her walk, there's a tightness in her hip that I'd like to change and like to loosen up just a little bit. So a real competitive pair there in first and second, and I'm big fans of both of these heifers. Great, great cattle in this class. Young man in third, you kind of ran into a buzzsaw class here because I'm really going to compliment your heifer a lot. If you're, I hope you're in the cattle business for a long time, and if you'll keep breeding heifers like this, you're going to be real successful. This is such a practical heifer. She has growth, she has length, she has muscle, she moves better than those two heifers that are out in front of her, in my opinion, but there's just not as much of her. She is the finer boned heifer of that trio. She's not as massive, she's not as stout, so she gets out measured in some pretty important areas, but practically speaking, from a functional, productive replacement standpoint, don't change anything that you're doing, young man. That's going to make you a real money-making kind of cow there, and good job. So then we get into some cattle here that get pretty close, and I'm going to kind of talk this fourth-place heifer a lot the same way. She's not blessed with a beautiful clip job out here today, but when you really study this heifer for what she is and look past some extra hair on her neck and extra hair on her tail, that is a tall-fronted, level-topped, long-hipped, deep-sided, square-made heifer. And that's an important thing to have. She's got some quality and some look and some good in the places where they need some good. She's long-fronted. She's got a productive-looking head. She could use a little more shape compared to these other heifers that beat her today. A little more upper rib shape, a little more width from one end to the other. But from a skeletal standpoint, that one does a lot of things right. Let's look at a real thick-butted heifer coming around here next. She's one of the higher performing, more growth-oriented heifers that we have in the class. Big old top and big old hip in her. Any place you want to look at this heifer, you're going to see shape of muscle. You see bulge running down the edge of her loin. She's got a big quarter-horse-shaped kind of hip in her with some thickness, some crease as she walks around the ring. This heifer's a clean-made heifer. She's long-fronted. That neck sits real high and real attractive-like up on her shoulder. But her problems come there at her feet and legs on the ground. She's a finer-boned, smaller-footed heifer. But more importantly to me, she gets a lot straighter in her hock. We just like to give her more set there. Here comes another one of the big framed heifers in the class. Love the length of body. She's got more bone than the heifer that goes out in front of her. I like that about her. She's super stretchy, but she's a little concerning for me that she's getting a little excessive in frame. to go with that frame. I'd certainly like to see more depth, especially there in the lower third of that rib cage. I'd just give her some more capacity. But I love the size and the performance you got in your heifers. The two young men that are going to wrap up the class do so with heifers that are really, really different in their type and kind. Now, this is one of the more medium framed heifers in class. Tons of body, tons of volume, tons of capacity, but with that extra depth, we lose a lot of growth. She's a smaller stature, shorter coupled kind of a heifer. She too could move a little better with more bone, but I wouldn't change a thing about the body volume that she has. Here's one of the real clean-made heifers that complete the class. One of the longest bodied, one of the most extended heifers. That's where a lot of our weight comes on sale day, so we like that about her. Wouldn't want to change that, but we would like to change the foot quality. We'd like to change the hind leg set, maybe give her a little more body. Another great class. Let these kids hear from you, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 2 Commercial Heifers. 8th place, Jacob Stutzman from the Coweta FFA. 7th place from Haskell FFA, Hunter Cole. 6th place, Coweta 4-H, Emily Wolf. 5th place, Farm FFA, Abigail Belcher. 4th place, Sequoia County 4-H, Cade Tate. 3rd place, McIntosh County 4-H, Brody Lovett. 2nd place, Fort Gibson 4-H, Finley Mosteller. And ladies and gentlemen, your winner of Class 1 Commercial Heifers going to be Jade McPeak. Class 3 Commercial Heifers entered the show ring at this time. Class 3 Commercial Heifers. This is weight range 924 to 974. Class 3 Commercial Heifers entered the showing at this time.
Come in, y'all. You can stay out here. All All right, here in our, I think, third class of these commercial heifers, a real nice one comes to the top here. She's one of the heifers that we could spend a lot of time talking about, but about everything we say would be real positive. She's an extremely high-quality heifer from the standpoint of not only balance and eye appeal, but also muscle and stoutness. She's big-topped, she's big-ended, she's got a nice leg in her. She's, in terms of bone and in terms of set both, a heifer that's got a lot of presence, a lot of look about her, very nicely presented heifer in terms of the presentation, but also of the condition that she's in. I like the freshness, cleanliness of chest. As I said, we could say a lot of things, but it'd all be positive. I think a closer race comes between the heifers in second, third, and fourth. And this is a nice trio of heifers that we're getting ready to discuss right now. And between those three, the more I look at this black and white heifer, the more I kind of like her. Now, she's a little weird to look at in here because she's got one of those hair coats that's starting to die. You know, the hair's starting to shuck and fall out, and it's changing colors, and so she doesn't have the same freshness maybe of hair as some of them others. But when you really look past that, I love the height and stature. I love the length of hip in this one. Look how long she is from hooks to pins and then down to the ground. She stands on a big leg, and compared to the heifers that place below her in third and fourth and fifth, she's the soundest one of those. She's got more flex, she's got more reach. I just like the way she travels. She's not a massive bodied heifer, but she's not a real fat heifer either. And so I kind of like the future. I think this one's got room to run, but I certainly would like to see her today have just a little bit more body back in that rear rib and flank, but in the lower third of that body especially. That's what makes it a close race between her and this heifer that comes out next. Heifer that comes out next is real similar to her in terms of her size, in terms of her length, and really in terms of her kind, but she's got the advantage of that lower third in that rib cage. And you guys can see the difference there, but more turn, more drop, more sweep in that lower third. It gives her a little more of a maternal look than that heifer that goes out, and so I'm drawn to that naturally. But on the other side of the coin, I don't like the way she handles that rear leg, and then when you walk around behind her, you don't see the same width of, at her pin, you don't see the same width at her hock and at the ground, and so for me, I end up finding this heifer just a nickel flat, and I'd like to change that about her. Although I like that extra depth, I don't want to give up a lot of muscle to get it. So that heifer's going to stay where she is today. Young man right here, I believe his name's Cash from his introduction this morning, and did he do a great job with that prayer? Give him a round of applause. It's become in vogue for a lot of judges to talk about their faith, and I think that's great, but I think it's super cool when you see kids that are bold enough to walk it out and live it out. So Cash, good job, bud. You bet. This is a big framed heifer here. Growth, performance, length, I love that. So fresh and so clean and so natural in the kind of body that she has. We bragged a lot about this heifer's body leaving the ring. This is a real good bodied one here, but in doing, I guess I'm a little more impressed with her body because I think that one's pretty lean and pretty natural in her body. Another real square hipped heifer that tail head lays in her just right. This heifer's just a shot plainer up in her front end. A little more leather, a little more depth to that leg. Neck, a little more pronounced in her brisket. Doesn't want to travel out the best today off that hind leg. That's why I'd make her better, but a super good replacement prospect there. That'll be a calf-raising moneymaker for that young man. Let's look at a real long-bodied, real fresh heifer coming out next here. Heifer's really clean made. She's a shot nicer up through her neck and her chest than the heifer that goes out in front of her, but again, one that doesn't handle her back leg quite as nicely, gives up a little balance to those high-quality heifers in first and second. Here's a meat wagon coming around next. Some of you would like this heifer higher in the class, and I get it, because she's big top, she's thick-ended, and she's heavy boned. But along with that, she's a little more terminal in her look for me, because she's shorter, she's smaller, and she's more compact. More than that, she's pretty straight off of either end. But I wouldn't want to change a thing about the shape, the top, and the meat and muscle that this heifer brings out here to the class. Young lady, you've got a heifer with a lot of potential right here. She is one of the thinnest necked, smoothest shouldered, cleanest chested heifers in the entire class, and there's none that can equal her length of body. She is so stretched out from end to end, and I love that. That's a trait we never need to get away from. I think with time, with gestation, and with maturity, she'll get some of the things that she needs, which is just a little more feel, a little more depth. So be patient with her, be diligent with your feed bucket. She's got some real intriguing pieces. Congratulations to these kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 3 Commercial Heifers. 7th place from Stillwell will be Haven Pritchett. 6th place from Coweta 4-H will be Lane McKinney. 5th place from Oakdale 4-H, Kinley Nutt. 3rd place from Home FFA, Abigail Belcher. 2nd place for Gibson 4-H, Jesse Farmer. And your winner, Class 3 Commercial Heifers from the Coweta 4-H, Wiley Hanson. Congratulations to Class 3. Class 4 Commercial Heifers entered a showing at this time. Class 4 Commercial Heifers entered a showing at this time. Also like to say a great big thank you to all of those around ringside helping out today. A great big thank you to Mr. Von Miller, your Assistant Beef Superintendent, Mr. Billy Holcomb, your Beef Superintendent, Mr. Bimbo Fowler in the back at the stop gate. We appreciate all of our help around ringside. Thank you to Connor State College for sending their young people to help out. Also, thank you to Serve Pro, handing out our showmanship buttons. We always appreciate a partnership with Serve Pro, another great sponsor of our livestock show. Thank you to Serve Pro. We appreciate you, gentlemen. Also, a great big thank you to Mr. Ray King back in the staging area on the microphone in the barn. We appreciate Mr. King for everything that he does behind the scenes.
Boy, lots of differences in types and kinds, and if you're interested in livestock judging, this is one of those classes that's kind of fun to talk because there's a lot of differences, and really type and kind and a preference for one or the other is what helps me sort them. These two are more my type and kind compared to some other heifers that we'll talk about later. None more so than the black heifer we're going to use to win it here in first. She's striking. Simply put, from a profile, boy, she just knocks your eyes out. Puts a gorgeous shadow cattle on the ground in terms of silhouette. So natural, so maternal. If you like to talk about soundness and structure in cattle, here's one that's a 10 out of 10 in terms of her looseness of skeleton, the length of stride, the flexibility she has in all of her joints. She's a beautiful headed, beautiful fronted heifer. She's got that great big natural rib cage in her. We've seen heifers that are thicker, and we see heifers that are thicker in this class, but don't hear me say that she doesn't have enough muscle, because there's nice, natural, feminine muscle shape to that heifer. She wears it well, and it blends together with her eye appeal and her phenotype. She's a real solid winner for me. As we compare the rest of the class to her, this heifer here in second, to me, has as much to offer as any of them to match up with her. Similar in terms of her size, similar in terms of her length, and I realize she doesn't have quite that show ring pizzazz. She doesn't quite have as fancy maybe of a hair coat and fit job, but I'm going to tell you what, when it comes down to just some cowiness and maternal, she's sound, she's got length, she's got muscle, she's got body. That one, I think, is more of the kind that it's important to teach the kids to be raising than some of the others. And so for me, it's a type and kind thing, but she's a real solid second because of those reasons. No doubt some of you will like the heifer in third better, and I get it. She's a real bulky, real massive, real big bodied, real big boned kind of a heifer. Beautifully presented, gorgeous hair coat, comes in here looking like $1 million. I like those things about her too. What I don't like about her is that for me, she's a heavier, conditioned, smaller, shorter, kind of more of a clubby, terminal type of heifer compared to the two more maternally made heifers that went out in front of her. Don't hear me picking on your heifer, young lady. I'm just trying to be as descriptive as I can. But because she's a little smaller, because she's a little shorter sided and shorter hip, tail head sets up a little farther, just not my type and kind for a female near as much, but I have a ton of respect for the mass and the body and the thickness, and I know it's hard to get cattle to look like that, and they've done a great job with her, so my compliments. A heifer that's a little bit in between her and the two that went in front of her, perhaps, is this heifer in fourth. She's got more size and length that I talked about being important to me, and yet she's still got that thickness and bone, but she doesn't wear it quite as well. Here's a heifer that wants to be a little shorter, but more importantly, a little rounder in that hip, and you see that go all the way down to the ground where she has a little extra set to her hock. She gets her back legs underneath her a little more on the move. I'd like to drop her flank down just a little bit. Young man coming up here with a real stout-made one, tons of bone in this heifer. Look at that big old leg that she's got underneath her. Really stout, driven kind of a heifer, and I like that about her. I think she's pretty fresh and honest in her condition. She's neat-necked. She's trimming her brisket. This is a heifer that I think starts to give up quite a little bit in terms of her body shape, a little tighter in the lower third and in that flank. Doesn't want to move out quite as well on that rear leg today. Again, big differences in type and kind, as we talked about. More my kind coming out right here. A prettier headed, more maternally designed kind of a female. She's tall fronted, she's long sided, she's a sounder moving heifer than that one behind her with better foot quality. Now, is she as hairy and is she as fleshy? No. What you see is what you get here today, but I'm not going to beat her up for that. I realize we can make her a little better in her tail. I realize tail head. I realize we could give her a little more bone, but she's a more practical kind for me, perhaps, than the heifer that's going to follow her. But the heifer that comes out next, no doubt, has more bone. She's got more top shape. She's got more hip. Love the thickness. Love the power and all that heifer. But I need a little more body, and I need a little more soundness, need a little more foot quality to complement that today. Real competitive class with a lot of differences. Let's give them a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 4 Commercial Heifers. 7th place, Coweta FFA. Clear the alleyway, guys. How about our friends at Serve Pro? I think that may be the closest he got to a heifer in a while. And I'm not sure he was trying to get away or get help. But we appreciate you, boss man. We'll get you a new box of buttons down there and may let you go to the outside gate and hand them out, huh? results of Class 4 commercial heifers from the Coweta FFA. Braxton Barnes will be 7th place. Hannah Lear from Coweta FFA, 6th place. Jace Bybee from the Stigler FFA will be 5th place. 4th place from Portland 4-H, Abby McFall. 3rd place from the Warner will be Kaya Briley. 2nd place from Fort Gibson 4-H, Weston Young. And your winner of Class 4 commercial heifers from the Warner 4-H, Kason Fowler. Class 5 commercial heifers entered the show ring at this time. Class 5 commercial heifers entered the show ring at this time.
Real interesting class, a tough decision that needs to be made between second and third in my opinion, but I think the one that comes to top pretty quickly for me is this young lady's heifer in first. Again, one of these heifers that we could say a lot of things about, but it'd all be very complimentary. She's a good sized heifer, a good framed heifer. I love the femininity, I love the balance, but it's complemented with a lot of power in terms of her body, in terms of her shape, soundness and structure and softness of her movements. Really, really good. A nice one to start. The two heifers that place second and third are close, and I'm not sure I've got it placed right, to be honest with you, but here are the differences that I see. The heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use in second, I think ultimately is the higher quality heifer of those two, and the differences that I see is that I think she's without question the better shouldered heifer. I think she's the square rumped heifer. She's a heavier boned heifer, and she's got more mass and middle and body. What she isn't is she's not as tall, she's not as long, and she's certainly not as good-footed, especially off those back legs. And enough so, and she's shallow enough heeled and long enough toed, it even affects the way she wants to move back there. Were she better-footed? Could she move just a little better? It'd be an easy decision for me to put her in second, but I still think there's enough mass, and I think just an advantage in quality and balance. I'm going to go ahead and let her stay second. Young man, your heifer's got more my kind of size and length to her, and I compliment her for that. Between these two, she's the taller fronted, bigger made kind of a heifer. She's certainly the longer heifer. She's not lacking anything for mass herself. That's a big top, big-ended kind of a heifer. But when we want to talk about structure, we can't brag too much on her. She's a little up on her pastern. She's a little tight in the way that she wants to move off those rear legs. So that becomes a little less of a factor. And then ultimately for me, when you compare those two heifers in the front third of her body, she comes up short and she stays in third today, but a very close third. That's the toughest placing for me. The heifer that comes out next, real stylish. Or she's not a heifer anymore, is she? The cow, the pair, she's really stylish, really beautiful-headed, really clean-fronted, really neat-made. She's a medium-sized, moderate-sized female. That's okay. Came with a neat udder. That front quarter's probably been nursed on this morning. I'm not going to pick on that a whole lot. Done a good job calving early. That means means a lot to me. Just like that heifer we talked about in second, though, we'd like to see her have more heel, have a more correct toe length. She needs just to be a little better footed. Big old thing coming out next here. Super good frame, super long-bodied. Love the length. She is the better footed one of the pair, but just gives up a lot in terms of body volume today. Doesn't look like she's had a fun week here at the fair. She's a little more hollowed out. So today she's going to get beat, but that's a real growthy, real long-bodied one. I really like the stretch. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause.
Your results are Class 5 commercial heifers. 5th place, Adeline Chadwell from Sallisaw 4-H. 4th place from the Coweta FFA, Jacob Stutzman. 3rd place from Eufaula 4-H, Ryan Lehman. 2nd place from Fort Gibson 4-H, Jade Crawl. And your winner of Class 5 commercial heifer, Sequoia 4-H, Chloe Clark. Class 6 commercial heifers entered a showing at this time. Class 6 commercial heifers entered a showing at this time. We will select 30 for your preliminary sale order out of the commercial heifer division. 30 selections out of 8 classes in the commercial heifer division. If you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division, we ask that you be close to the staging area. 30. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have a set of AirPods that have been turned in. Yeah.
again, just at the risk of sounding repetitive, we continue to find these classes where there's some real tough choices that have to be made between some heifers that have a lot of good in them. And there's not really a last place heifer in this class. We go down deep into some heifers that have a lot of parts and pieces that I like, but without question, the one that puts it together the nicest, you can go ahead and pull your first place heifer out here, is this young lady that's going to win the class. She's got a real massive, bold-made kind of a heifer that's just chock full of capacity and volume and body. She's got a good top, and you get behind her and she just fills your eyes up with meat and muscle and thickness. She's a sound structured heifer that has bone and stoutness, and I really like the flexibility and looseness that she has. But what's so impressive is to still give you that kind of look, to have that kind of body and meat and mass to it. It's pretty hard to get all those things in the same package. And so I think that's a real impressive, real nice heifer to get us started. I struggle with the placing between second and third. Both of these heifers have some things that I really like and appreciate. Both of them have some things that I'd really like to change. Both of these heifers are stout. Big top, big hipped heifers. This black heifer in particular has got a big strap and loin in her. You get behind her shoulder and she just comes wider and thicker with every inch back to that hip. She's really pulled apart and stout and square in that hip. Between the two heifers, she's easily the better bodied heifer of the pair, especially down in that lower third and that rear rib and flank. She's balanced well enough for me, but by comparison, she's not as good looking as that heifer that goes behind her. And more importantly, and what makes it a struggle, is that she's not as good on that hind leg. She doesn't have as much bone. She doesn't have as much flex and reach. I'm going to give her a pass on it today because I'm just not willing to trade and give up the body and the femininity and the maternal she has for a little extra bone and maybe a little extra soundness. And that's what you find in this third place heifer. She too's a good made, good-looking, stout-hipped one with a shot more bone and a little bit more reach when she moves. But on the other side of the coin, at this stage of the game, there needs to be more body there by now. She's adequate in her full rib, but from there back, she starts to run out of gas a little bit for me, especially back in that rear rib and flank. I just like to see more body in her to give me the confidence to use her in second today. Young lady's got a heifer here that I like in a lot of ways. She is stout. She's got growth, she's got performance, she's got frame and length, there's body shape, there's muscle shape, there's thickness and bone. Love all those things about her. Simply put, she gets a little round in that hip, and that goes all the way to the ground. Gets her back leg underneath her, gets up on those pasterns, and needs to be better there today. This is a real Cali one that comes out next. As much natural body volume and capacity as that first place heifer, in my opinion. A real easy doing, easy keeping kind of a heifer. In this class, she's a little shorter sided. She's a little plainer in terms of her balance. When you look at the crest on her neck, you look at the extra flap and condition there underneath her neck. She's a little keener in her bone and doesn't flex and travel quite as nicely. A little extra navel that I'd like to clean up, but I wouldn't change a thing about the body volume, the doability, the thickness, and the beefiness that heifer has in her. Don't leave here with your head hung down. You got a real nice cow prospect. And then again, another real stout made one completes the class. Tons of bone, tons of hip, tons of top, but a little straighter, a little stiffer, just a little coarser from end to end. I'd like to see more soundness and more femininity, but a powerhouse heifer right there. Nice job, kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 6 commercial heifers. Please, Fletcher Reese from the Warner FFA. 5th place from the Stigler FFA, Miles McKee. 4th place, Oakdale 4-H, Olivia Watson. She will also be 3rd place, also known as Libby Jane. 2nd place from the Haskell 4-H, Cora McDonald. And your winner, Class 6 commercial heifers from the Fort Gibson FFA, Lily Boldinger. There are 3 heifers in Class 7, followed by 3 heifers in Class 8, and then we will start selection for preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division. If you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division, you need to be close to the staging area. We're going to take 30 selections. Mr. King doing a fine job of lining them up back there. So they're working on getting sound in the east hanger again. We're working on that, so we apologize for any IT and technical problems that we have. But if you've lived life, that's all part of it.
Well, some classes there are tough choices, and some classes it's pretty easy, and this is a real easy, real dominant heifer here that everybody, I'm sure, found and likes as well as I do. A good-looking, good-made heifer that's got a lot of body. She's got the right kind of frame and length. I love the extension and the squareness of that hip and how good her tail head sits in her. I like the bone. I like the power. I like her legs set. Again, real massive in terms of her volume and capacity, but good up through that front end, and good in the right kind of way. You know, it's not all about being pencil necked, but that one's actually got some strength and some shape to her skull. She's got a productive look to her front end. She looks like one that's just not going to be a show heifer. I think she'll pretty easily grow into a real good cow, so nice job there, young lady. Two that come out in second and third have a lot of similarities. They're pretty equal in terms of their width, in terms of their muscle, in terms of their body, but the heifer, the darker heifer here that I'm going to use second, has a lot more eye appeal. She's cleaner through her neck and chest. I think she's leaner and fresher in her body condition, and when you're looking at them from the view that I see them right now, she's without doubt wider and more pulled apart at her pins. I like those advantages to keep her in second. Third place heifer is so easy doing and so good body. I like her body depth and just the amount of rib and capacity that she has. She's a good-sized, long-sided kind of a heifer. But on the other side of the coin, she doesn't come out here with the same kind of profile, class, and presence that these other two heifers perhaps have. She gives up some in terms of stoutness of bone to the heifers in first and second. And like the heifer in second, she needs to move out a little better today. But a real cowy one there, that'll be a nice mama for you one day. Congratulations, kids.
Your results of Class 7 commercial heifers. Third place, Ella Jo Malone out of the Morris 4-H. Second place from Port Gibson FFA, David Farmer. And your winner, Class 7 commercial heifers from the Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. We're working on getting sound over in the East Hangar, so if you are in the commercial heifer division and you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order, this is our 8th and final class in the commercial heifer division. 8th and final class in the commercial heifer division. We're taking 30 for preliminary sale order, 30.
Well, here we go. Not a last place heifer in this class by no shape, form, or fashion. These are three real good females, and I want to start out by recognizing that. Really like all three of these. The young man that wins the class does so with the one that just has the most good in her. She's the most massive. She's the biggest bodied. She's as stout-hipped as any, but where she really wins the award is just sheer quality. The design, the look, the balance that she has, the eye appeal, that silhouette that she's able to put together from the side view is really good. A heifer that's real adequate in terms of her structure and soundness at this stage of the game. There's other heifers that are stouter boned and bigger legged than she is out here, but don't hear me call her fine boned, but it is interesting to discuss and to note on her. But I still think she balances and blends together well. That one's got a pretty maternal look, a real good looking head, a real kind eye, good skull shape on her, a lot of positives in that heifer. I think if you want to argue about something, let's argue about second and third, and that can go either way. Just to cut right to the chase, there's a lot more shape in the second place heifer than the third place heifer, and that's why she's going to be second today. When you get behind her, coming out the top of her rib, she's got a lot more meat and muscle down that rib and loin, a lot more arc and curvature and shape to the top part of her rib. She's really deep and full down through the lower third of her body. She's stouter hip. She's got more bulge from the side and width from the rear. What she's not as good boned as that heifer that stands third, and she's sure not as pretty headed. I think I'd really change the head on that one, and that draws away from her balance for me. If you change that head, it'd be a really easy second for me. But she's a little plainer, just a little coarser about that head, and that throws her off. But I don't want to discount her too much with that much good from there back in terms of stoutness and width and power. Young man, with your third place heifer, you got one that'll knock your eyes out from the side. That is a pretty heifer, and I think she's as sound structured and as long strided as any of the three heifers in the entire class. She's got a pretty good foot underneath her, and when you do get her parked and she's not wallering you around so bad, you get her set up, man, she can give you a look that really draws you. She's up-fronted, she's good-shouldered, she's got a big, long top line in her. I mean, she's super stretchy and level, love all that bone. I think she's got a good natural body in her. A little more chest, but she wears it well. My criticism comes when you walk in behind her. Out the top of her spine, she's sure flatter in the top part of her rib. Come back to that hip, and although there's some pin width there, she runs out of gas pretty quick in terms of flattening out in that lower quarter, just not as much width when she walks away from you. Three good heifers in that class. These kids sure deserve a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class A Commercial Heifers. Third place, Hazen Miller, Cherokee County 4-H. Second place, Porter 4-H, Kinley Cole. And your winner, Class A from the Warner 4-H, Cade Fowler. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring in our champions out of our first 8 classes. Your champions out of Class 1 from Westville. If you would, put your hands together for Briley Breckenridge. Your winner out of Class number 2 from the McIntosh County 4-H. Please make welcome Miss Jade McPeak. Your winner out of Class 3. Come see you from the Coweta 4-H. How about a round of applause for Wiley Hanson? Your winner out of Class 4 from the Warner 4-H. It's Kason Fowler. Your Class 5 winner. Come see you from the Sequoia 4-H. Chloe Clark. Your Class 6 winner from the Fort Gibson FFA, Lily Bollinger. Your Class 7 winner from the Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. And your Class 8 winner from the Warner 4-H, Cade Fowler. Ladies and gentlemen, as your championship lineup stands before you, Mr. Jake Scott will select your champion commercial heifer, followed by the reserve champion commercial heifer, and then 28 other selections for preliminary sale order. We will select 30. So if you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order, we ask that you please be close to the show facility and or the staging area with Mr. Ray King.
Well, this is quite a way to start off your show here this morning with a breed that's so well represented and that comes together with a lineup this powerful. How about a real nice, well-deserved round of applause for our exhibitors this morning? Extremely good lineup. I'm a little more, I'm not as taken back by it today as I was the same day last year when I was here, and I can remember just how impressive this first breed was, and it is again this morning. Tried to thoroughly describe all of these to you in class, and we're not going to go through that again, but I'll say that I am real happy with the consistency and the uniformity and type and kind. When you have a large breed like this, you can do that. And in general, I've been drawn to the cattle that are primarily the stouter, more powerfully made ones, but still yet have some of that show ring presence to them. I like cattle that it doesn't take much imagination to know what they're going to look like as a mama cow. And I think all these fit the bill real well in that regard. At this stage, little things make a big difference. I will say that to you. And that's some little things that are going to sort these champions one from another. But there's, I think there's about 4 heifers out here that are in contention for getting a piece of this today. I'm going to take one more real serious look at it, and then we'll find your champions and make our selections. Well done. This is very impressive. Thank you.
Congratulations, this is Mr. Cade Fowler. He will be your champion commercial heifer exhibitor. Kinley Cole out of class number 8 will come in and join in the lineup for your selection of reserve champion. Following that, there will be 28 more selections for preliminary sale order. Hello, Mr. Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve champion going to Chloe Clark, Sequoia 4H. Jade Crawl, second place out of class 5, will join the fun. Jade Crawl, second place out of class 5. 30 total, it'll be 28 more. Mr. Scott. Congratulations to Cassie Kelly. She'll be your third selection for preliminary sale order out of the commercial heifer division. David Farmer, second place out of class 7. Please come join us. David Farmer, second place out of class 7. Coming in. 27 more selections here in the commercial heifer division. Preliminary sale order, 27 more. Lily Bollinger will be your fourth selection for preliminary sale order. Cora McDonald out of class 6. Cora McDonald out of class 6. Congratulations out of class 4. Kaysen Fowler will be your fifth selection out of class 4. Kaysen Fowler. Weston Young, second place out of class 4. Weston Young, second place out of class 4 will join us. Out of class 3, Wiley Hanson will be your sixth selection. Jesse Farmer, second place out of class 3. Jesse Farmer, second place out of class 3. Lineup is correct. Your seventh selection will be Jade McPeak from McIntosh County 4-H. Finley Mosteller, second place out of class 2. Finley Mosteller, Second place out of Class 2 will join the fun. This will be the 8th selection of 30 in our commercial heifer division. 8th selection of 30. Finley Mosteller will be your 8th selection out of class number 2. We're going to bring in Brody Lovett out of class 2. Brody Lovett's coming in. Congratulations out of Class 1, Briley Breckenridge. You'll go to the backdrop, please. Thank you, Miss Breckenridge. You'll be the 9th selection. Mackenzie Dobbs will be coming in. Thank you, Mr. Fowler, for lining their animals up. Mackenzie Dobbs, Brody Lovett, Jesse Farmer, Weston Young, Jade Crawl, Cora McDonald, David Farmer, and Kinley Cole are 8 that are in contention for your 10th selection here in your commercial heifer division. Congratulations, Kinley Cole will be your 10th selection. Hazen Miller, if you would please join the fun. Hazen Miller. Out of Class 2, Brody Lovett will be the 11th selection. For preliminary sale order, Cade Tate, 4th place out of Class 2. Cade Tate, 4th place out of Class 2, will join the lineup. This will be the 12th selection of 30. If you have not had your photo taken at the backdrop and you are selected for preliminary sale order, you need to go to the backdrop and have your photo made. If you have not had your photo taken and you're selected, we're waiting on Cade Tate, 2nd place, Class 2. Cade Tate, 2nd place, Class 2. Fourth place out of Class 2, Cade Tate. 4th place out of Class 2. 4th place out of Class 2, Cade Tate. Come on in. If you would like to be considered for a preliminary sale order of our commercial heifer division or any heifer division today, Our beef superintendent asks that you be in the makeup area rather than getting a cool drink at Quick Trip, please, and thank you. We're going to give you adequate time, and you may not think it's ample time, but please be ready, and we're going to move this show along today. We appreciate all of our help ringside, keeping our kids lined up. If you'll help us in the back, keeping them lined up, we'll help them in the front, keeping them lined up. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mr. Scott, I believe our lineup is correct. Young man, this will be the 12th selection for preliminary sale order. Congratulations to Jessie Farmer. She'll be your 12th selection. Abigail Belcher, third place out of Class 3. Abigail Belcher, third place out of Class 3. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Out of Class 4, Weston Young will be your 13th selection for preliminary sale order. Third place, Kaya Briley out of Class 4. Third place, Kaya Briley coming from the warm-up area. Congratulations, Kaya Briley will be your 14th selection. Abby McFall, fourth place out of Class 4. Thank you, Miss McFall, for being ready. She's coming in from the holding area. Thank you. This will be the 15th selection in your preliminary sale order for your commercial heifer division. We're not at the halfway point yet, so if you got commercial heifers, you need to be in the makeup area if you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division. Out of Class 5, Jade Crawl will be your 15th selection. Ryan Lehman, third place out of Class 5. Ryan Lehman, third place out of Class 5. Out of Class number 8, Hazen Miller is your 16th selection, and that will conclude Class 8. Your lineup is correct for the 17th selection in our preliminary sale order. Cora McDonald will be your 17th selection out of Class number 6. Olivia Watson, also known as Livy Jane, coming in out of Class number 6 in your commercial heifer division. Miles McKee out of Class 6. You need to be ready. Smoke gets in place and your lineup is correct. Mr. Jake Scott. Congratulations to Libby Jane. She will be your 18th selection out of Class 6. That means we will move right on down to 5th place out of Class 6. Miles McKee. You're needed in the show ring. Miles McKee out of Class 6. Miles McKee, 5th place out of Class 6. Miles McKee, 5th place out of Class 6. This will be the 19th selection for your preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division. Out of Class 3, Abigail Belcher will be the 19th selection. Congratulations, Cash Kreiner. Come on in, young man, and have a little fun here on a Friday morning for your selection of your preliminary sale order in the commercial heifer division. Out of Class number 5, Ryan Lehman will be your Ryan Lehman is your 20th selection out of Class 5. Thank you, Ryan, and congratulations. Jacob Stutzman, 4th place out of Class 5. If you would come in, please. Jacob Stutzman, 4th place out of Class 5. If you would come in and join our lineup. Jacob Stutzman, 4th place out of Class 5. Jacob Stutzman, 4th place out of Class 5. Jacob Stutzman. Congratulations to Mr. Cash Kreiner out of Class number 3. He will be your 21st selection. Kinley Nutt, 5th place out of Class 3. Kinley Nutt, 5th place out of Class 3. We need you in the... Thank you. She's right there where she's asked to be, and we appreciate it, Miss Kinley. Congratulations out of Class 1, Mackenzie Dobbs. That will be your 22nd selection. We need Jace Bybee from the Stigler FFA out of Class 1 with your 3rd place out of Class 1. Congratulations, your 23rd selection will be Jace Bybee. We now need Caleb Heifers from the Haskell County 4-H, 4th place out of Class 1. Thank you. This will be the 24th selection, 7 more. Mr. Scott, Angus Heifer Exhibitors, we're 7 selections away from starting Class 1 Angus. Hello, Mr. Cole. Good to see you. Brought your better half with you today. Improves your look. Out of class number 4, it'll be Abby McFall, will be your 24th selection. We need Jace Bybee. He was just selected out of class 1, so we'll go past that. Hannah Lear, out of class 4, 6th place out of class 4. Hannah Lear will join the lineup. Hannah Lear, 6th place out of class 4. Kate Tate will be your 25th selection out of class 2. Abigail Belcher, 5th place out of class 2. You'll make your way into the lineup. Abigail's got one already, is that what we're saying? Okay, Abigail will go past her. Emily Wolf out of class 2, 6th place. Emily Wolf, 6th place out of class 2. You can make your way into the show ring, please. Emily Wolf. This will be the 26th selection. 5 more selections. Miss Emily Wolf. Go over and see Miss Bailey Cooper to your right. Lineup is correct, Mr. Scott. Selection 26. Out of class 6. Miles McKee will be your 26th selection. Fletcher Reese, 6th place out of class 6. Fletcher Reese. Thank you, Mr. King, for getting everybody lined up. Thank you, Mr. Stonebarger, for helping out there. Four more selections here in your commercial heifer preliminary sale order. Angus, class 1, be getting it on your mind. We're 4 selections away. Selection number 27. Congratulations. David Farmer will be your 27th selection out of class 7. Ella Jo Malone, 3rd place out of class 7. Thank you. Coming from behind the announcer stand. This will be selection number 28. 3 more to go. Your 28th selection will be Caleb Heifel. Congratulations. We're going to move to Briley Alexander, 5th place, class 1. Briley Alexander, 5th place in class 1. Briley Alexander, 5th place, class 1. Come on across the breezeway and join us. Briley Alexander, 5th place, class 1. Briley Alexander is a scratch. We'll move to Abigail Breesy. Do it. Abigail Breesy. 6th place out of class 1. Abigail Breesy, 6th place out of class 1. Abigail Breesy, 6th place out of class 1. Hello, Thad Hutchins has arrived. No Abigail Breesy? All right, we're going to move to Hannah Pritchett per our beef superintendent. That one's a scratch as well. Hannah Pritchett. Abigail Breesy, Hannah Pritchett. Talk to me. Abigail Breesey is a scratch per the beef superintendent. How about Hannah Pritchett? Who? Pritchett? That'll work. Hannah Pritchett's on the way. Come on in. 2 more selections here in our commercial heifer division. Hannah Pritchett will join us. Hannah Pritchett from Stillwell out of Class 1. Hannah Pritchett from Stillwell out of Class 1. Mr. King. All right. Hannah Pritchett from Stillwell with a commercial heifer out of Class 1. Hannah Pritchett. Anybody got eyes on Hannah? Judge says we're moving on. Mr. Scott, the ring is right. This will be selection 29. All right. Hannah, you here? There we go. Thank you, Miss Hannah. You're good. You're good. You're good. Well, welcome in Miss Hannah Pritchett. She just ran the marathon from the northeast corner of Muskogee County and all the way to the show ring. Thank you, Miss Hannah, for joining us. Your 29th selection will be Jacob Stutzman with his fine little pair. Adeline Chadwell, 5th place out of Class 5. Adeline Chadwell, 5th place out of Class 5. This will be our final selection when we get Adeline Chadwell, 5th place out of Class 5. Adeline Chadwell, 5th place out of Class 5. Adeline Chadwell out of Class 5 with Salisol 4-H. Can they hear me out there in the barn area, ma'am? I'll fix it. I bet they can. Roll on, mama. Oh. Your final selection will be out of class number 4. Hannah Lear will be your 30th selection. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our commercial heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. Be sure to stop by and get you a funnel cake, a lemonade, and we're ready to move to Class 1 Angus. Class 1 Angus exhibitors, you need to be in a holding area, please. Class 1 Angus exhibitors, you need to be in the holding area, please. Ladies and gentlemen, listen up. If you want to be considered for sale order, you need to be in the makeup area from this point forward, okay? Per our beef superintendent who has the authority to move on with or without you. That's the reason he volunteered for that job. You need to be in the makeup area in sight of Mr. Ray King back there in the back. We have speakers back there that are working and you can hear what's going on. So you need to be in the makeup area next to Mr. Ray King. From now on, when we start making sale order, if you are not, we are going past you. If you are being handed a showmanship button, if you would be kind enough to put that on your article of clothing. They're handing out several showmanship buttons to kids that have been in here several times in a row. So kids in the barn, if you're handed a showmanship button, please put that on your clothing.
One of the largest Angus breeders in the country.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the hustle of the city. While we know that taking the road less traveled isn't for everyone, it's where we feel most at home. Every turn down this road could be
Class 1 Angus entering the showing at this time. There are 4 heifers in Class 1 Angus, a single entry in Class 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Be getting it on your mind.
Wireless is growing our network further down the county roads and down the roads less traveled. We're making sure wherever your road may lead, you're always connected. We are Bravado Wireless, Oklahoma's own wireless provider.
is good. Real nice way to start off our Angus show, and these May babies here. This heifer that wins the class is excellent. For a May prospect, she does a lot of things right. I like her size, I like her body, I like her build, her length. I especially like the length and squareness she has from hooks to pins. She's without doubt the soundest moving heifer that we have in the class. Pretty headed, real adequate in terms of her width and muscle and shape, especially at this age and stage of the game. Like I said, just a real nice place to start. Second and third's a little closer race. And if you want to switch those, I get it. But the second heifer, I think, has more of the structure, more of the look, more of the quality of our class winner, and as much as anything, more youthful to me. Fresher, just from end to end. More youthful up in that head and neck and just in her overall mass and maturity. I like that better than I do the heifer in third. Is she as massive and thick? No, she's not. And I'd like to make that heifer a little better in terms of her foot quality. The third place heifer is massive. She's as stout and as wide as anything in the class. Big bodied, wide chested, big top, thick hipped with good bone structure. She's got more bone than does that heifer that places down beneath her. Follow this young lady right here, bud. But on the other side of the coin, she's also a shorter stepping, shorter striding kind of heifer, especially up on that front end. Carries quite a little more condition at this stage of the game than the other May heifers do. I'd like to just maybe see a little more freshness and youthfulness throughout on that heifer. Then the big framed heifer completes the class. A heifer that's got as much height and altitude and stature as anything. Love the stretch, love the length. She's a good shouldered kind of a heifer. She's really smooth made, but on the other side of the coin, she's the keenest bone heifer. She reads a little flatter from end to end and doesn't travel as nicely on those rear legs today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 1 Angus Heifers. Fourth place from Henrietta 4-H, Andrea Smith. Third place from Porter FFA, Benjamin McClung. Second place for Gibson FFA, Taylor Cooper. And your winner, Class 1 Angus from the Midway 4-H, Gracie Stonebarger. Class 2, the single entry. Class 3 in the holding area. Class 4 through 8, be getting it on your mind. 15 selections in the Angus Heifer Division. 15 for preliminary sale order. So if you would like to be considered, you need to be in the holding area.
A single entry here, but a heifer that definitely deserves a first place ribbon in my opinion. There's a lot of heifer here for an April. She's big topped, she's wide ended, and there's a lot of rib and capacity and body volume to her. I really like her when you get behind her in terms of her thickness and squareness. Again, she's one of these wide pinned, wide based kind of heifers, and I sure like that about her. But still yet from the side, she balances up well. She's really strong and level in her design. No swag, no sway, no break
taking in that top, and I sure appreciate that about her. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for your Class 2 winner, Callie Ledbetter from the Morris FFA. Class 3 Angus Heifers entered the show ring. Class 3 Angus Heifers entered the show ring.
We only got 3 in this class. You trying to run them lines together already? Too early in the morning for them lines to be crossed. I did not. I have not seen that. I need to make notes of that for Saturday night. Instead of 2. Okay. I got you. Go check them out, huh? There you go. There you go. I'm sure there'll be some. I can guarantee you there'll be some really live ones. Yeah, there'll be some really live ones. That's right. What? He's sending her sleep. Right. I got you.
It's a pretty interesting class of Angus heifers that we have here, and I think it starts off with a pretty dominant one to win the class, and then it gets pretty close for me between second and third. Young lady's heifer that's going to win the class is really, really high quality, pretty elite in terms of her look and her profile and that shadow that she puts down on the ground. Real silhouette-y, very highly presented, a good-bodied, real sound structured heifer, one of the 2 best in this class, real adequate for muscle, real feminine in her design, real nice place to start. I think the contest comes between the heifers in second and third, and there's no doubt that the heifer in second is the sounder, thicker heifer of that pair. She's got a gigantic top and hip in her. I like her width at both ends of her skeleton. What she's not nearly as pretty fronted as the heifers in first and third, and I struggle with that. I think her head needs to be enough better looking that it bothers me a little bit, and it almost gets her into third. I realize they hadn't shaved her head and the things that go into that, but it really distracts from her today. But still yet, that's a good-topped, good-ended heifer that moves enough better than the heifer in third. We're going to keep her in second today. On the stand, I like the heifer in third better. She's more of the profile, more of the look, more of the balance of our class-winning heifer. She's really up-fronted. She's really dialed in terms of that silhouette and top line. She's fresh and genuine in her condition. But the problem with her is when you put her in motion, she just doesn't want to flex and travel out on those rear legs as nicely as the other 2 in class today, and so we'll keep her in third because of that. But 3 nice heifers, not a last place heifer in this class at all. Congratulations to all 3 kids.
Joseph has one in the next class. Your results are Class 3 Angus Heifers. Third place, Joseph Davis, the Midway 4-H. Second place from Wagner FFA, Kylie Richardson. And your winner, Class 3 Angus from the Fort Gibson FFA, Kennedy Lockhart. There are 2 entries in Class 4, a single entry in 5, 6, and 7. Class 8, be getting ready. In the Angus breed, we will select 15 total for your preliminary sale order, 15 total preliminary sale order in the Angus division. Per our beef superintendent, you need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King if you would like to be considered for preliminary sale order in the Angus or any division here today.
Really a radical design, extremely good fronted heifer that wins the class. Pretty headed, but as thin-necked and as clean-fronted just about as they'll ever come. Just virtually no chest in that one. Super sleek and refined and feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder, and then blends real beautifully into a super correct top line. One of those real long, square, level hips. She's a good boned kind of a heifer. She's really fresh in her condition. She's a big framed heifer, I think, for her age, but I think there's enough natural depth of body, and again, I don't think any extra bark on her at all, and I really like that. Enough top, enough squareness, enough width at both ends of her skeleton. Just a real nice winner there. Young lady's got a December heifer actually here in second, and she's a real practical kind of a heifer. If we didn't have that real extreme designed one in here, we'd probably be bragging on her looks quite a bit, because she too's a real clean-necked, pretty fronted kind of a heifer. She's really level in her line, square in her hip, but the simple fact is, in about every area, there's not as much heifer. Not as big, not as long, not as stout boned. So today she gets out measured in this class, but a heifer that I have a lot of respect for in second. Give both these kids a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results are Class 4 Angus heifers. Second place from the Henrietta 4-H, Andrea Smith. And your winner of Class 4 will be Joseph Davis. Class 5 is a single entry. Class 6 and 7 are single entries. Class 8, be ready. If you'd like to be considered for sale order in your Angus division, you need to be standing in the makeup area with Mr. Ray King. If you are not, per our beef superintendent, we will move right on by you. So if you're in the Angus heifer exhibiting business today, you need to have those Angus heifers in the makeup area right there in the south end of the west hangar.
Young man, single entry October heifer will just fill your eyes up when you look at her. She's pretty striking. Really good on the stand. Awesome profile, really stout and powerful in her build, lots of body, and as I've said before, the right kind of body. She's got a maternal, feminine body shape to her, especially in the lower third of her body. I love her hind leg. I think she moves well off of her hind leg, and I'm a sucker for one of those long, square level hips with a good tail head, and hers is about picture perfect. We've seen heifers in this breed that are a little more chiseled out in their front end, but I like her front end. I think she's got a good head. I think she's got good skull shape. I think she's got a Cali, productive, real-world look to her front end. So I love the package. If we're going to change her, though, we got to change her on those front two. She wants to turn out a little bit, I think more on the front left than the other, but she does kind of throw those front feet around more than I like on the move, but still yet, killer look, lots of power, real good female. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results are Class 5 from the Coweta FFA, Dylan Denton. Class 6 is a single entry. Class 7 is a single entry. Class 8, be getting it on your mind. Angus heifer exhibitors, 15 total. You need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King. Angus heifer exhibitors, you need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King if you would like to be considered.
A Mayborn heifer here that's just a great cow prospect. Again, skull shape, design of the front end, all to me shows you a real maternal, productive look. She's an up-fronted heifer cow prospect that's really level design. Look how tall she is at the point of her shoulder, and that one is about as strong in behind her shoulder as you'll ever see. Excellent in terms of strength and levelness in her loin. Again, length, squareness, levelness from hooks to pins. Really, really like her from a skeletal standpoint. Super bodied up, lots of spring, lots of shape. Just an awesome cow prospect. Congratulations. Nice class winner.
Congratulations to Mr. Joseph Davis from the Midway 4-H. He'll be your Class 6 winner. We're going to move to Class 7. Class 7 is a single entry as well. Class 8 lined up behind the announcer stand. If you would like to be in consideration for a sale order in the Angus Heifer Division, we're selecting 15. We're 3 selections away from starting our selection for our Angus Heifer Champion, Reserve Champion, and then preliminary sale order. I can't stress it enough. You need to be next to Mr. King if you'd like to be considered.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think our final single entry class here for a little bit of a real bodied up, massive, high capacity kind of female, bold in her forerib, deep in the center part of her body, lots of drop in depth back in that rear rib and flank. Has the look of one that's an easy keeper and a good doer, lots of fleshing ability. Again, lots of real world practical things about this one that you like. Moves well enough. Now we've seen some that are cleaner chested. We've seen cattle that are stronger loined and better in their tailhead, and those are the things I'd like to improve about her, but I wouldn't want to change a thing about where she's at in her gestation. Going to calve early. Lots of doability, lots of body. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Allie Harrison from Westville. She'll be your Class 7 winner in Angus Heifer Division. Class 8, our final Angus Heifer Division class. Class 8. We need to start lining up all of our class winners. And if you'd like to be considered for sale order out of Class 1, 3, and 8, you need to be 1, 3, 4, and 8. You need to be in the holding area with Mr. Ray King. 1, 3, 4, and 8. The all Angus heifers. You need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King. This is our 8th and final class of Angus heifers.
there, in my opinion, isn't a right or wrong way to place this class. If you want to, I'm going to start with the pair. Young man will be second. If you want to do that different, I won't give you a lot of argument, but I think it's important for me to explain the differences that I see. First and foremost, I have so much appreciation for a female that calves on time. These girls calving early and often is important for these kids to make a living, to learn how to make a living, and it's pretty hard to do once we start showing them. They're sometimes hard to get pregnant, and so that's a big feather in that cow's cap for me. But beyond that, she's a real striking kind of a female. She's really nice designed. She's really, really good in her hip. She's better in her tail head set. She's a little prettier up in her head, neck, and shoulder than the bigger female that's going to place second to her. And she came with a real nice udder, got a February calf out of a January cow. That's getting it done right there. Really like the way that one moves. Just a good young 2-year-old that's going to go ahead and win the class. I like the size a little better of the cow in second, personally. I like that she has a little more height and stature. I think she's a rib longer than that cow that goes out in front of her. Obviously, she hasn't calved yet, and she shows you by comparison a little more body depth today, but I think both of those are very, very adequate. She, too, is going to calve in a timely manner if her udder is any indication, and I think she'll have a pretty decent udder. But today, she does show you to be just a little rougher over that tail head. She's quite a bit more pronounced about her brisket, a little longer in her face, a little longer muzzle type of female than the prettier heifer that places above her. A close placing, I like them both. You got a real nice cow. Good luck with her when she calves. Give them a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 8 Angus. Second place, Colton Woodruff. And your winner of Class 8 from the Mojo 4-H, Kirsten Woodruff. We're starting our lineup for our Angus Heifer Division. We're starting our lineup for our Angus Heifer Division. We will select 15 total in your Angus Heifer Division, 15 total in the Angus Heifer Division. If you'd like to be considered for our preliminary sale order in the Angus Heifer Division, if you are not behind the announcer stand, in the holding area, or in the staging area, we are going to move past you. So that is per our beef superintendent. That's the reason he volunteered for that job. A young man of his size with some broad shoulders. And thank you to all of our volunteers around ringside that make this show possible and make it great for our youth in agriculture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're around ringside, I will share a little information with you. Miss Cheryl Leatherman and the crew, along with our Chamber of Commerce, have invited our business people out today. The Muskogee County Cattlemen's Association will be feeding our business people later on today. But do me a favor. Don't be only in your bubble. When you see some of these people, and some of them may not know where they're going. Some of them may not know which end of the cow eats. But do me a favor and be friendly to those that are here visiting. They have money to donate to our youth. And the friendlier you are, the more they like to donate. So before they get here today, help me make them feel welcome. If I ask you to give them a round of applause, join in and do so. If you see someone here, it may be someone that is out of their comfort zone, make them feel welcome. So thank you guys, and we appreciate it. We look forward to our crowd today of our Chamber of Commerce. We appreciate our Muskogee Chamber of Commerce for inviting and getting those business people here today. So we appreciate it. Our Class 1 winner here in the Angus Division, Gracie Stonebarger. Our Class 2 winner, Callie Ledbetter. Our Class 3 winner, Kennedy Lockhart. Our Class 4 winner, Joseph Davis. Our Class 5 winner, Dylan Ninton. 6 will be Joseph Davis. 7 is Allie Harrison. And rounding out your championship lineup in Angus Heifer Division, Class 8, Kirsten Woodruff.
I can't guarantee you that I can remember exactly what the champion Angus lineup looked like last year, but it seems quite a bit better to me this year. Give these Angus kids a nice round of applause. there's some big-time talent in the ring, and what I mean by that is there's some excellent quality heifers that we've got. Again, trying to be thorough in class describing them, but I think it bears mentioning that I think there's about 4 heifers out here that are just outstanding from one end of this ring to the other that are kind of in contention in my mind. I think, again, little things make a big difference when it comes to this level of competition and quality. The 2 heifers that I'm going to decide to use for champion and reserve stand out as elite in terms of their balance and their look and their phenotype and eye appeal, but in doing so they don't compromise any of the real-world maternal and thickness and performance that I think it's important for these kids to keep in their cattle. And the 2 champions are going to be standouts in my mind in terms of their soundness of structure, their flexibility of their joints, and their length of stride. I'll go out and recognize those kids right now. When I do so, please let them hear from you with a nice little round of applause. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion Angus heifer exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart out of Class 3, Kylie Richardson. Second place out of Class 3 will join us. We will select 15 of your Angus heifers. That means all 15 Angus heifers will be selected, so all Angus heifer exhibitors, you need to be in the show ring facility or in the staging area. Congratulations to Gracie Stonebarger. She will be your reserve champion Angus heifer exhibitor. We're going to move to Taylor Cooper, Fort Gibson FFA out of Class 1. Taylor Cooper, Fort Gibson FFA out of Class 1. We will select all 15, so all Angus heifer exhibitors. Out of Class 5, Dylan Denton will be your third selection. That was a single entry in Class 5. That was single entry. Congratulations to Callie Ledbetter out of Class 2. Class 2 was a single entry as well. Joseph Davis will be your 5th selection. Andrea Smith, 2nd place out of Class number 4. Andrea Smith, 2nd place out of Class 4. So that means Joseph Davis, Class 6 Angus heifer can go out. Joseph Davis, Class 6 Angus heifer can go out. That will be Kylie Richardson out of Class number 3. She will be the 6th selection. That Joseph Davis out of Class 3, he's already got one in, so our lineup is correct again, young man. Kirsten Woodruff out of Class number 8 will be your 7th selection. We will bring in Colton Woodruff out of Class number 8. Congratulations to Colton Woodruff. He will be selection number 8. Taylor Cooper out of Class 1 will be your 9th selection. Benjamin McClung, if you would come in and join us in our lineup. Benjamin McClung, Andrea Smith. Benjamin Benjamin McClung will be your 10th selection. Andrea Smith out of class number 1. Andrea Smith will be your 11th selection. That means Andrea Smith's Class 1 winner will be excused. That means our 12th selection will be Allie Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would give all of our Angus heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. Charolais, Class 1 Charolais. There are 5 classes of Charolais, and all but one class is a single entry, so we need all Charolais heifers in the holding area, please. All Charolais heifers in the holding area, please. We'll start our Charolais heifer division.
Pretty cool way to start our Charolais show, in my opinion. An April heifer with lots and lots and lots of good, I think could stand lots of competition. Real stout made, in my opinion. Big body, big top, big boned. I love the width at her hock and at the ground when she walks away from you. But then, you know, the young lady gets her stick on her here, and she still puts a beautiful shadow on the ground. Strong and level in that top, long and square in that hip. Real deserving class winner, but one that'll be fun to see later with some more competition. Good job, young lady.
Congratulations to Kaylin Groves, will be your Class 1 winner. Class 2 Charolais in the show ring at this time. Classes 3, 4, and 5 are single entries if you'd like to be considered for Charolais. Sale order. Stay in the holding area.
Going to use this kind of silver-colored heifer to win the class. I really like her from a power and dimension and performance standpoint. There's just more heifer there. She's a bigger heifer. She's a stouter heifer. She's got more width and hip and shape throughout. And in addition to that, she's a better moving kind of heifer, especially off those back legs. She just handles the set of her hock and the flex of her pastern better for me than does that heifer in second. And what's neat is with that extra thickness and stoutness, she doesn't back up any on looks, balance, and eye appeal. Still looks real nice on the side view. Young lady, I don't want to take anything away from your heifer in second. She's a tall fronted heifer that's got so much strength and levelness right behind her shoulder. She's so good in her loin. She's got true muscle and shape from end to end. Her muscle lays in her a little differently. She's a little rounder in that hip. Her pin's set lower in her, and as you would expect, those back legs want to come underneath her more on the move. I'd make her better in that area today, but in doing so, realize I'm a big fan of this heifer in second. She's a nice one. Congrats.
Your results are Class 2 Charolais Heifers. Second place from Warner, Kaya Briley. And your winner from McIntosh County 4-H, I apologize. Kaya Briley will be first place and Katie Dismukes is second. My apologies. Kaya Briley from Warner is first place. Katie Dismukes, McIntosh County 4-H will be second.
These Charolais kids are sure bringing some good ones out here, and here's another nice one in this single entry class. Kind of a medium-sized heifer, but lots of body, lots of bone, lots of thickness. Still excellent balance. I think good enough in terms of her structure. Going to be a real deserving class winner, obviously, but it'll be fun to see out here with some more competition. Congrats.
Congratulations to Shayla Dismukes, McIntosh County 4-H, with your Class 3 winner in the Charolais Heifer Division. Class 4 and 5 are single entries. All Charolais Heifers need to be in the holding area. All Charolais Heifers need to be in the holding area. Key Heifers, you need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King. Key Heifers in the staging area. Mr. Ray King, please.
Here's an April heifer that's one of the larger frame, bigger outline kind of females that we've seen in the Charolais show. With that extra height, she also comes with some extra length of body. Everywhere you look, you see some length. She's long-fronted, she's long-sided, she's long-hipped. She's even got length in the way that she moves. If we're going to make her better today, I would strengthen her a little bit there in her forerib. She breaks slightly in behind that shoulder and just doesn't have the same width and fullness in her forerib in behind her shoulder as some other heifers that she's going to compete with here shortly. Might be questioning that udder just a little bit as she begins to make some bag and get closer to calving, but time will tell on that. Still a big frame, growth-oriented heifer with lots of performance and lots of length. Congrats.
Congratulations to Shayla Dismukes, McIntosh County 4-H. So Shayla Dismukes was your winner of Class 4. Carly Dismukes was the winner of Class 5 per hour sheets that we were handed. So we'll go with Kaylin Groves will be your Class 1 winner. Kaya Briley, your Class 2 winner. Shayla Dismukes, your Class 4 winner. And Carly Dismukes, your Class 5 winner. So we have 4 heifers for selection. Here are your champion Charolais heifer.
I don't know where these Charolais kids are going to find their heifers, but they've got a pretty good fishing hole. This has been just an excellent quality set of females. I haven't seen a bad one all day. Congratulations, kids. Give them a round of applause. That's a powerful set of heifers. Good work. Again, I like the lineup real well. Not a bad one in the group, but there's sure some differences, and then there's some similarities. There's 2 heifers that I think just go together hand in glove and make pretty good sense to keep together. Between the 2 heifers, I think one is just a little more elite in terms of their quality, their profile, their soundness, just a little more balance and smoothness without giving up the power and dimension and shape. Congratulations to our young heifer. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations to Kaylin Groves. She will be exhibiting your champion Charolais heifer. That will be a single entry. Your reserve champion Congratulations to Shayla Dismukes. That was a single entry. Kaya Briley will be your third overall selection. Katie Dismukes will come in. Katie Dismukes will come in. Katie Dismukes will be your fourth selection, and Carly Dismukes will be your fifth selection. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our Charolais heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. We will move to our key heifers. Class 1 key heifers in the holding area. Class 2 in the makeup area. Class 3 and 4 in the staging area. Key heifer exhibitors. Class 1 key heifers are in the show ring at this time. Class 1 key heifers in the show ring. Class 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Going to use this black and white heifer to win it, but I think it's close. In a perfect world, you might combine some of the best parts and pieces of both of these and get something a little more ideal, but really the stout one, the one that I think's sounder today, the one that I think's got a bigger, better foot is this black and white heifer. You know, both of these are young heifers, might be their first time to town, and they're a little fussy, not wanting to show themselves off the best, but even at that, this is a real thick-made, real big-bodied, real dense kind of a heifer. She's got good width at both ends of her skeleton. She's got good strength in her top. What she's not as long-hipped and she's not as square-hipped as the heifer that's going to play second to her. But even so, she still handles herself better on the move, and where you can see that is right there at her ankle, right there at her pastern. She's just a little more relaxed today. I don't think there's a big problem structurally with this heifer. She's probably a little fussy and not taking her trip to town real good. I love the length. I love the femininity. I love the smoothness. I like the extra squareness she has in her hip, but the fact is today she's younger and she kind of shows it. I shouldn't say she's younger, but she looks like she's younger. I mean, she just is not as filled out, not as developed. She is up on those pasterns today. She looks a little straighter in her knee. So time will tell. We'll see how these two do going forward, but for those reasons today she's second. Good job to both these young ladies. Cute girls. Give them a round of applause.
Second place from the Warner, 4H, Carson Fowler. And your winner, Class 1 key heifers from the Stillwell FFA, Lily James. Class 2 key heifers coming into the show ring. Class 3 through 7, please be ready. Once again, thank you to all of our great sponsors, banners hanging around ringside. Thank you to Wheeler Metals and James Hodge Ford, P&K Equipment, Tommy's Car Wash, and Warren Cat. ASA Auctions, Mr. Arlen Immel, Muskogee Federal Credit Union, BKB Mechanical Heating and Air, and Renfro Electric, to name a few. We'd like to welcome all of our VIP guests and those that come out for our chamber luncheon today.
Some give and take and some differences here on the top end, but I really like this heifer right here to win it. A little more of a medium frame-sized heifer compared to the bigger red heifer, and I think that works to her advantage in this particular case because she's a little softer and just easier doing in her look than that red heifer is. She's not perfect in the way she wants to move off that back leg, but neither is the red one, and I think between the two, I even prefer the way that this one moves. Plus, you're getting it in a package that's a little cooler looking. I think she's a little sweeter made, a little better in her outline, and for me, just a little more optimum size, better bodied heifer offered out here. It's a real stout heifer that comes to us in second. Big bone, big footed, big hipped. Along with that comes a little more coarseness up about that head and shoulder, but as much as anything today, I'd like to see her just a little farther along in that body development, especially back in that rear rib and flank. She too needs to handle her back leg just a little better for me today. Then the third place heifer, here's a real muscular heifer. A good top, a good hip, really a deep crease and a lot of expression of muscle as she moves around the ring. But on the other side of the coin, she's a heifer that also could handle those back legs a little better, could show us a little more body development and a little more balance and eye appeal today. Congratulations to you all. Nicely done.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 2 Key Heifers. Third place, Bo Connor, the Coweta 4H. Second place from Fort Gibson 4H, Jade Crawl. And your winner from the McIntosh County 4H, Claire Foreman. Class 3 Key Heifer is a single entry. Class 4 through 7, please be ready. In the Key Heifer division, we ask that you please be ready if you'd like to be considered for sale order after selection of our champion and reserve champion Key Heifers.
The young man's single entry here is another one of these, as we've seen all day, that ends up being a real deserving class winner, probably no matter how many's in here. Boy, she's sweet-fronted, isn't she? Pretty headed, very feminine and ladylike in the design of her head, her neck, and her shoulder, and it all blends and ties together so nicely into a good, deep, natural rib cage. She's got that top line that I like. No sway, no sag, no breaking behind her shoulder, good strength and levelness all the way across her back, long, level, square rump in her, stands down on a good hind leg, and when she moves with some flexibility, especially up on that front end. Can be a little awkward on those rear pasterns from time to time, but I'm not going to beat her up too bad for that. I think that's a real nice heifer you're showing, young man. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 3 Key Heifer exhibitor, Kai Fowler from the Warner 4H. Going to move to Class 4 Key Heifers. There are 3 entries in Class 4 Key Heifers. 3 entries, classes 5 through 7. You need to be in the holding area.
Go ahead and swing your heifer over into second. This heifer's first here and back. I don't know that we've had a class of 3 that's been any closer than this all day long. You could reshuffle the deck any way that you want, and I'm not going to argue with you, but this is pretty easily my favorite heifer, and the reason is because she is so wide and thick and stout with a big top and a great big hip, but yet she can still get around and move. And the reason I watch these heifers move an extra lap is if you'll really study them in their top line, I think this is the one that has the top that's most relaxed, has the most integrity, just the most truth in the way she handles her spine as she goes around the ring. And especially when you consider the power that she's bringing out here, she's still good in her shoulder. She still blends together from the side, gives you a nice silhouette and a nice look. So because of all the power and the way she combines it with, I think, as good a soundness as any, especially in that top line, we're going to let her win the class. And then this is a big big old stout-boned heifer that's going to place second. I love the leg in this one. Lots of power, lots of substance, just lots and lots of power in that leg, and I'm really drawn to that. She's a heifer that on the stand I really like in her top line. I think she's pretty natural in her body. She too's got good muscle, but when we watch her move, there's a heifer that breaks a little more in her loin and always kind of wants to jack that tail head up in the air. A little shorter fronted perhaps for me, but this is a heifer that's, I mean, she's not been ornery, but she's just never kind of relaxed and let herself go out here. So she may be her own worst enemy today, but I'm going to keep her in second. And again, there's not a last place heifer in this class. Young man, you're leading a darn nice one here that's going to end up third. She's real complete. She's real fault-free. She's muscular, but by comparison to these other heifers, I find her to be a little straighter in that shoulder. I don't think she's set up as high in her pins today, and I just don't think there's as much of her in overall mass. But she's clean-made. She's complete. She's really fault-free in terms of not picking her apart as an individual, but when you compare her to these others, I just think she gets out-measured a little bit in those areas. These kids deserve a nice round of applause. That was a close class.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 4, Key Heifers, third place, Hayes Mosteller of the Fort Gibson 4-H. Second place from Eufaula 4-H, Giles Wisenhunt. And your winner of Class 4, Key Heifers from the Morris FFA, Jake Cox. Class 5, Key Heifers entering the showing at this time, Class 5. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have some very special guests joining us today. Your state representative, Mr. Neil Hayes. Also, your newly elected Muskogee mayor, Mr. Patrick Cale. I'd like to introduce from OG&E, Kim Williams and Nick Selvage. If you would give our guests a big round of applause for joining us today.
You bet. That's good to let these kids hear from you. This is a real close class because they're so different in their type and kind. And again, if you want to flip-flop that around, and other judges might, you can make a case for doing it. But you can't argue the fact that this silver-colored heifer is just loaded with power. Easily the biggest, stoutest, biggest bone, thickest top, biggest ended heifer of the pair. And she's a long-bodied heifer that still, I think, puts herself together well enough, and especially when you watch her move, considering the power and the mass and the width that she has, I think she does a pretty good job of handling that in terms of her structure. Does she have a little more crest to her neck? Does she have a little more shoulder? Does she have a little more chest? Yes, but don't hear me call her ugly fronted. I think there's enough power behind that to balance her out and to justify, so to speak, the amount of extra thickness that she has up through that front end. But if we're going to grant one being better, the second place heifer is certainly better in that regard. She is prettier headed. She is thinner necked. She is more elegant in the way that she blends from that neck into her shoulder. She puts a beautiful, beautiful shadow on the ground in terms of her silhouette. And while I like her length of stride, I find that she's a little awkward on her back legs and kind of has some lateral lateral deviation from side to side. And you watch her top line, you can see that start to show up right in the middle of her back. She wants to rise up and kind of get higher in her spine as she goes around. But still yet, that's just a gorgeous, feminine, fancy-fronted heifer. These two young ladies have done an awesome job. Good job, girls.
Congratulations. Your results of Class 5 from Eufaula, Kristen Hansen. And your Class 5 winner from the Coweta 4-H, Allison Dillingham. Class 6 entering a showing at this time. Class 6 key heifers entering a showing at this time. Like I say, a great big thank you to all of our help ringside helping out. Appreciate the partnership we have with Connors State College. They've been kind enough to send us some help for ringside and all of our volunteers. Mr. Billy Holcomb, your beef superintendent. Mr. Von Miller, your assistant beef superintendent. Mr. Bimbo Fowler sitting back here in the back of the gate stopper. And it's also good to see Pawpaw Wildcat joining us sitting here ringside as well. Pawpaw Wildcat joining us.
Well, I think a real nice, real obvious winner out here to get our class started, and then two really different types and kinds in second and third that you got to scratch your head on just a little bit, quite honestly. The first place heifer is one of those heifers we've seen today that you could say a lot about, but it'd all be real positive. She's a real massive heifer from a measurement and a dimension standpoint. Super square and wide and big topped and thick hipped. She's got tons and tons of bone, and we haven't seen another heifer with that much body all day long. We see a lot of eye appeal and phenotype. For something with that much to her, she's still really up-headed in the way that her neck sits up high on her shoulder. It's a real good shoulder. She's a real sound heifer. I don't know if I've ever said this about a female in my life, and it probably sounds crazy doing it now, but if there's such thing as one that has so much body it almost kind of throws her off just a little bit, that would be one for me that's just like, wow, there's so much there, it's like you wouldn't want any more. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to pick on her for that, but it's almost deceiving to me. It throws her a little bit dimensionally out of proportion, I think. But man, how do you criticize one for having too much body? I don't guess you can. She is a massive beast, and she wins it pretty easy. The heifer that I'm going to use second, like I said, that's a little struggle for me, but she's way, way better in terms of femininity, squareness, smoothness. It's not as stout bone, not as thick-hipped as that heifer in third, but just preferentially, I like her better in terms of her height, her length, and her femininity. But young lady, you brought a beast out here. Big boned, stout top, thick hipped. Look at all the bulge and turn and shape to that hip. I mean, she's a meat machine. I'd just like to add to that some of that femininity and smoothness that we see in those first two heifers. Make her a little more ladylike to complement all that power. Great job. Good set of key heifers. Congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 6 key heifers. Third place from Woodall 4-H will be Avery Hammonds. Second place out of Class 6 from Warner 4-H, Tyler Moore. And your winner out of Class 6 will be Chloe Clark. Class 7 will be a single entry. If you would like to be selected, or if you would like to be considered for selection in the Key Heifer division, you need to be in the staging area with Mr. Ray King or closer. Our final class.
Well, it's hard to find a real sexy front end on a heifer that's got a big old top and hip, and here's an example of one that can do it. Well, she's long-necked and thin-necked and got a pretty nice shoulder in her, but behind that's a big old powerhouse top and a real thick, meaty hip, and I like all those things about her. Done a real good job keeping her fresh and lean and genuine in her condition. I think she's adequate in terms of her body depth. Looks like she's going to calve in a timely manner as she's starting to make some udder. Have a little question mark about what the quality of that udder is going to be. I think we're going to want to see it leveler and a little shorter teated when it finally does arrive, but you can always help that with the matings that you choose in the future. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Weston Barnett of the Coweta 4-H. He'll be your Class 7 winner. We'll get our key heifers lined up. I'd like to also recognize some more of our special guests here with us today over on the VIP stage. Tara Shows, your public relations for your city of Muskogee. Mr. Bill Settle joining us today here, along with the representatives from the American Bank of Oklahoma, Mr. Gabe Mosteller, along with world-famous Mr. Bulldog, Ben Robinson. Also, Joyce Deere, Creek Nation Council. Kim Jaquez, United Way Director, and our past mayor of Muskogee, Mr. Bob Coburn. If you would, give our special guest a big round of applause. We appreciate you all being with us today. And a great big thank you to the Muskogee County Cattlemen's Association. They'll be providing lunch for our guests. You can invite people and entice them, but when you say beef is what's for lunch, they'll show up. So we appreciate our Muskogee County Cattlemen's Association providing ribeye steak sandwiches, and that meat is purchased from Watson. So we keep it local. Ladies and gentlemen, your Class 1 winners, they go around ringside from the Stillwell FFA. Please put your hands together for Lily James. Your Class 2 winner from the McIntosh County 4-H. How about a round of applause for Claire Foreman? Your Class 3 winner, please make welcome from the Warner 4-H, Kai Fowler. Your Class 4 winner from the Morris FFA. How about a round of applause for Jake Cox? Your Class 5 winner from the Coweta 4-H, Allison Dillingham. There we go. We got excitement. We love that. Your Class 6 winner from Sequoia 4-H, Chloe Clark. And rounding out your championship lineup for your key heifers out of Class 7 from the Coweta 4-H. Let's hear it for Weston Barnett.
Well, it's always kind of fun for me to judge the Chianina heifers, because if in any breed you're going to see that the most of something or the extreme ends of something, it's going to be in the Keys. You can see extreme thickness and mass and muscle. You can see the most bone that you'll see in any cattle. You can see tons and tons of body. And there's heifers out here that are good examples of that. I mean, they really take some cool traits all the way to the max. And so this is a fun breed to judge, especially if you like to see those real radical made heifers that take things to the extreme, and I mean that in a good way. There's just some fun parts and pieces of these cattle out here. Heifer I'm going to use to win. I just think needs to win it pretty naturally. She's massive, she's dense, she's high quality. She certainly outmeasures everything in here. Congratulations to the young lady here with the big heifer. She'll be your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion will be Chloe Clark, Sequoia 4H. Tyler Moore comes in second place out of Class 6.
Hello, Aunt Tanya. How are you? All right.
Reserve gets a lot closer for me, and I think it'll continue to be close for the next 3, 4, or 5 placings. I'm going to stick my neck out a little bit more and use this calf for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Lily James. She'll be exhibiting your reserve champion key heifer from the Stillwell FFA. Carson Fowler moves into the lineup. 8 more selections. Mr. Scott, 8 more choices. Out of Class 4, Jake Cox will be your 3rd selection. Preliminary sale order, Giles Wisenhunt come in. Hayes Mosteller be in the holding area. Kristen Hanson be in the holding area. Avery Hammonds be in the holding area. Congratulations, Giles Wisenhunt will be your 4th selection. Hayes Mosteller come in. Out of Class 3, Mr. Kai Fowler will be your 5th selection. Class 3 was a single entry. Our lineup is correct. This will be selection number 6. The 7th selection was Hayes Mosteller. That was a single that was into that class as well. That was the 6th selection. Hayes was the 6th selection. Hayes was the 6th selection. Allison Dillingham is your 7th selection. Hayes was 6th. Allison 7. Kristen Hanson will come in out of Class 5. Kristen Hanson will come in out of Class 5. Congratulations, Kristen Hanson will be the 8th selection. Kristen Hansen is the 8th selection. Claire Foreman will be your 9th selection. Jade Crawl will join the lineup. This will be our final selection here in the key heifer division. All of the other key heifers behind. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Weston Barnett will be your 10th selection. If you would, all key heifer exhibitors are excused. Our Hereford heifers are getting lined up. Like I say, a great big thank you to all of our help around ringside. And if you look to the tops of the left and the right of the show ring, those are our sponsors that help make this show possible. A great big thank you to Indian Capital Technology Center and Stockman's Trading Company, Interstate Properties Estate, Harvest, and the Cherokee Nation, along with Eco Link and Charlie's Chicken, Serve Pro, and A Avanti, to name a few. We couldn't do it without all of our great sponsors here at your Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show, presented by St. Francis Hospitals. Class 1, Hereford heifer is entering the show ring at this time. Class 1, Hereford heifer is entering the show ring at this time. There are 7 classes of Hereford heifers. 7 classes of Hereford heifers. Class 1, enter the show ring.
Two really, really nice Hereford heifers in contention for first and second May heifers here. I'm going to use the heifer that I just kind of think's a little more of an ideal size for a May heifer, but I think along with that she brings a lot of power to the class, some extra advantages in terms of her bone and in terms of her soundness, and compared to the heifer in second, I think a little added look. This is a heifer that just has a really good top line and one of those long, perfectly square hips and good tail heads that I'm drawn to. Love the hind leg set, love the movement of this heifer, the length of stride and the flexibility. I think she's real genuine and honest in her body, but I think she's got an advantage in her body in terms of that lower third and some extra drop in that flank. Compare these two heifers up in their front end, and we'll see heifers probably more chiseled out than her, but I still like her front end real well, and the way it balances in with her body, I end up thinking that she's the better profiling heifer of the two, and for those reasons she's going to end up in first. No doubt the heifer in second is a taller, longer, higher performing kind of a heifer. Her neck sets up a little higher on her shoulder, and that does give her some attractiveness, but I don't like as well the way that her neck, especially the top of her neck, goes into her shoulder and then into her body. Just not as much symmetry and smoothness there as we see in our class-winning heifer. She is a rib longer. She too has a longer hip, but I don't think those pins set up as nicely in her as our class winner, and you can see that on the move where she doesn't have any problem structurally, but by comparison she has a little more set to that back leg and gives up a little bit in terms of bone, so we're going to leave her second. Then the young man's third place heifer is a meat machine. That is a really, really clean made heifer that still has a gigantic top and thick hip in her. Love that about her. My favorite view of this heifer is from the rear, because you can see a big shapely rib cage, a giant square thick hip in her, and a lot of width at both ends of her skeleton. For me, it works against her a little bit in that I think she gets rounder in her hip structure. She's a little rounder in her body type, and as much as anything doesn't handle her back legs as nicely as the heifers in first and second, but you want to talk about a cool combination of pizzazz and femininity and cleanliness with a lot of muscle there and behind it. There's a good example of it in third. And then, young lady, you've got a real nice cow prospect in fourth. She looks like a female that'll have a lot of longevity in terms of her structure. She's got tons of stretch and extension in terms of length, but she's a heifer that's a little plainer in terms of her muscle and a little plainer in terms of her balance. Congrats to our Hereford exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of Class 1 Hereford Heifers. Fourth place, Kyoto FFA, Mystery Oldham. Third place, Forum FFA, Isaiah Salee. Second place, from the Fort Gibson FFA, Gracie Gist. And your winner, Class 1 Herefords, Abigail Mafford. From the Biggs 4H, Class 2 Hereford Heifers enter the show ring. Class 2 Hereford Heifers enter the show ring at this time.
Real nice set of these March heifers and a real dominant heifer to win it. That one's super, super complete. She's maybe not the most of one thing that we'll see all day, but boy, she measures high in about every category. I like her build from a skeleton standpoint. I think she's got balance. I think she's got strength and levelness throughout. I love her hip and hind leg set. Another one of these heifers that just shows you a good natural body cage without being over-conditioned or carrying extra fat. Still clean there in the base of her neck. A little bit of chest, but not too bad. A heifer that's got some length and extension throughout, some muscle. Really, really fun to watch walk around the ring in terms of soundness. And when you compare her to the heifer in second, there's just a lot more of her, especially in terms of body. Young lady, you got a heifer in second with some real intriguing pieces. She's the cleaner-chested heifer of the pair. She's a little longer fronted, and she's got a perfect little head on her. Love the femininity and the design of your heifer in the front third as well as anything in the entire class. She's similar to a class winner in terms of length and extension, and she's got a lot of bone underneath her and foot size. Love all those things, but if we're going to change her, just needs a little more mass to her. Some shape, some depth, some body to her rib, and I'm confident that'll probably come and at least improve with the future. So I'd keep right with that heifer, and I want to encourage you because I think she could grow into something pretty nice for you. The heifers that are in third and fourth, two solid heifers. The young lady's heifer here in third, there's just more of her. Go ahead and bring her out. She's got more body shape. She's got a little more weight per day of age, just more bone, more stoutness, more power throughout. Does she have the same kind of look and eye appeal as the heifers in first and second? The answer is no, and that's where she could be better today, but I wouldn't want to change a thing about the length and body. And then the young man that completes the class. Got a heifer out here just in her everyday working clothes, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's lean, she's fresh, she's super clean up through that front end. For her kind and for her size, she shows you pretty good muscle down her top and in that hip. Again, time's going to be her friend. I encourage him to be diligent with that feed bucket and just keep working on development. Congratulations.
Your results of Class 2 Hereford Heifers, 4th place, Sequoia County 4-aids, Kate Tate. 3rd place, Stigler 4-aids, Kylie Ross. 2nd place, Fort Gibson FFA, Holly Perry. And your winner of Class 2 from the Wilson 4-aids, Callie Orjan. Class 3 Hereford Heifers entered is showing at this time, Class 3. After the Limousin heifer class is complete, we will take a 15-minute break. After the Limousin heifers are exhibited, we will take a 15-minute break.
Really nice heifer to start off our Hereford class here. One that's my favorite view of her is going to be her profile. Boy, she is elegant from the side. Tall-fronted, long-sided, square-rumped, good-legged, and a beautiful front end. If ever you've wondered what a judge means by the term fresh, there's a heifer that's a good example of what fresh looks like. Not an ounce of extra fat or condition up through her front third, lean in the lower third of her body, clean around her tail head, head and in between her legs, even down to her hair coat. She's fresh-haired. Love to watch this one move around the ring. A lot of maternal, just a lot of good, a lot of quality in that heifer right there. Good luck with her the rest of the spring. The heifers that are in second and third, the heifer in second is just way more massive and sounder structured. She's the better boned heifer of the pair. She handles herself better on the move. She's quite the opposite of what we talked about our class winner in terms of freshness. There's an example of a heifer that the feed bucket got ahead of her a little bit. So she's starting to get more wrinkles, more crest up on that neck. She's carrying more waist in her brisket, starting to get a little heavy around her tail head and in between those legs. So that's a heifer we'd like to freshen up, but in doing so, we still recognize, boy, she's long-sided, she's long-hipped, and again, has more stoutness of bone and handles her back leg better than the leaner heifer that places third. Certainly, young man, we do like the freshness of your heifer. Good natural rib cage in her, congratulations. She's got length of body relative to her moderate frame size, but on the other side of the coin, she's set down lower in her neck placement. She's a little awkward on those back legs. We'd just like to improve her from a balance and structure standpoint today. How about we give our Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause this afternoon?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 3 Herefords. Third place, Knox Cook from the Fort Gibson 4-H. Second place from the Sallisaw 4-H, Kelsey Schote. And your winner, Class 3 Herefords from the Fort Gibson FFA, Gracie Gist. Class 4 Hereford heifers coming in.
These girls are going to place the way they came in the ring. I'm going to use this darker red heifer to win it. I think she's the higher quality pair, but in doing so, recognize these are both good heifers. Both of these heifers have a look to them. Both of these heifers are kind of fun to study from the side. They balance up nicely. They're very proportional. They've got length of body. They're level and square, and I think both of these heifers handle themselves well enough on the move. I think what really separates them for me is that there's just more heifer in the dark red heifer when you study her in terms of width of chest, width of body, depth of side, and thickness of hip. She's the stouter one. She's the more powerful one and combines that still with enough structural soundness and enough eye appeal. Young lady's heifer that comes to us in seconds, a little more moderate type of heifer, but what I like about her is that she doesn't give up any length with that moderation. Still extremely stretched out and almost, in a good way, disproportionately so. I think she's longer than most heifers that size, and I like that about her. She's really cool in terms of her length and her squareness. She's got added bone. I think time's her friend. Today she doesn't show herself off quite as good in terms of body mass in the lower third of her body, but don't hear me say she's shallow, and I think that's going to come in time with gestation and age and development. I think the future's bright for her. I really want to encourage this young lady as she leaves the ring, not a last place heifer at all. Good job to you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 4. Second place, McIntosh County 4-H, Claire Foreman. And your winner from Eufaula, Kristen Hansen. Your Class 5 Hereford Heifers entered the show ring at this time. Class 5 Hereford Heifers entered the show ring at this time.
nice bred heifer coming right along, springing up, bagging up, and still, boy, howdy, for one that's looks like she's pretty far along in calf, still shows you a good look. When you get heifers to this age and to this stage in pregnancy, to keep them sound is really tough, and she's done a good job of it. To keep them holding their top together is tough, and she's done a real good job of it. She's really striking from a profile standpoint. She's one of the bigger framed Hereford heifers that we've seen that I think brings extra power and shape and just dimension out here. Love the bone, love the foot in that one. Still has stayed pretty fresh up through that brisket and front end along the way, and those are tough things to do. Boy, I'd sure like to see her show you a little nicer udder in terms of quality as she begins to make it there. But phenotypically, there's a lot to like in that heifer. A more moderate framed heifer is going to place second, and a real easy doing one. Big bodied, high capacity, and again, has the look of an easy fleshing one. Got a good, broody, productive, maternal looking head to her. She's level in her design until you get to that tail head, and that tail head really ramps up out of her spine. I'd like to bring that down more into alignment. I'd like to stretch her out a little bit. She's a little moderate and a little short for my personal taste, but always looks like she's going to be an easy doer, and may, of the two heifers, end up being the nicer uddered. Time will tell. Congratulations to you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 5 Hereford Heifers. Second place, Haskell County 4-H Caleb Heifer. And your winner, Class 5 from the Portland FFA, Isaiah Salee. Class 6 Hereford Heifers enter the show ring.
Right here in this Hereford heifer class, we've got two real nice cow prospects. Both of these have so much similarities in terms of their size, their body, their length. I give them high marks in each of those areas. But between the two, I think the higher quality heifer that has just more overall smoothness and quality of eye appeal, more structural soundness, is the young lady's heifer I've got pulled out in first. I prefer the hind leg set in that it's a little more correct coming out of the hock, going down to the ground. The way that her shoulders and body and hip all connect together, I prefer that. She just does so with more smoothness, more femininity, and more correctness from one end to the other. As you start to look at these heifers who are starting to show some progress in pregnancy and gestation, I think she's going to be the nicer uddered of the two, whereas she's got a more petite teat length than does that female in second. Like the way that she sets in stronger behind her shoulder, like the strength in her loin, like the levelness in her tailhead. Boy, you got a big-bodied, massive kind of a heifer here that's going to place second. She's got all the important parts and pieces that we all want to see in our cows. I like her size, I like her width, I like her broodiness, but she just doesn't put it together in as elegant and as attractive of a package as our class winner. She's a little coarser and bolder in her shoulder. She doesn't hold her top line together as nicely. She doesn't set as square in her tail today. And you can see what I see. There's a little added teat length there that we'd like to refine and shorten. Still yet, I think you got a whale of a cow on your hands. I bet she'll be a moneymaker for you, and I sure wish you the best of luck as she matures into a mama cow. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 6 Hereford Heifers. Second place, Holly Perry of the Fort Gibson FFA. And your winner of Class 6 Hereford from the Fort Gibson FFA, Lily Bollinger. Class 7 will be a single entry. Class 7 will be a single entry.
We described that heifer in the last class. Boy, this one's got all the important parts and pieces. Her frame, her size, her length, the body, the thickness in this heifer, I give her high marks. I think the heifer handles herself really nicely on the move, and I compliment the folks involved with this heifer on the freshness. It's hard to keep any of these show heifers, but in my opinion, it's even harder to keep a Hereford heifer this fresh at this stage of the game. They've done a real masterful job of that. Young man does a real solid job showing that heifer. You know, she gets a little weak in her loin, she gets a little high in her tail head. That would make her balance better, but in all the important areas of life, she really checks the boxes. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner out of Class 7, Knox Cook of the Fort Gibson 4-H. We will select 10 Herefords for your preliminary sale order. 10 total, champion, reserve champion, and 8 more Hereford heifer exhibitors if you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order. Need to be in the makeup area of Mr. Ray King. If not in the holding area behind the announcer stand, you need to be at least in the makeup area of Mr. Ray King, Hereford heifer exhibitors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring in our class winners from Class 1 from age 4-H, if you would, put your hands together for Abigail Mefford. Your Class 2 winner comes to you from the Wilson 4-H. How about a round of applause for Kelly Borjan? Your Class 3 winner, she's from the Fort Gibson FFA. Please make welcome Gracie Gist. Your Class 4 winner from Eufaula. How about a round of applause for Kristen Hansen? Your Class 5 winner from the Porham FFA. How about it for Isaiah Salee? Your Class 6 winner from the Fort Gibson FFA. Let's hear it for Lily Bollinger. And rounding out your championship drive for selection of champion Hereford heifer out of Class 7 from the Fort Gibson 4-H. How about a round of applause for Knox Cook? Champion, reserve champion, and 8 more for preliminary sale order in the Hereford breed. Champion, reserve champion, and 8 more. 10 total Hereford heifer exhibitors. You need to be in the holding area, the makeup area, or the staging area if you would like to be considered. That is per our beef superintendent, Mr. Billy Holcomb. If you are not there, we will move past you. So please be ready. Also, ladies and gentlemen, as the young man is selecting your champion, reserve champion in the Hereford division, you weren't here this morning for his introduction. He comes to you from Gordon, Nebraska, employed by Red Angus. He was on the judging team at Connor State College and then moved on to the Oklahoma State University, where he also was on the judging team. Evaluating our heifers and steers today, if you would, put your hands together for Mr. Jake Scott.
Well, to just call it absolutely like I see it, this is the most challenging decision I've had in a breed drive so far. And the reason is this. There's a lot of good heifers out here, and these heifers have some real good parts and pieces, but every one of them have a question mark in my mind. Something that I wish I could change just a little bit. It's not to say that there's ever a perfect one, but there are some noticeable things that you would change from time to time on some of these. And in this breed, it seems like I've run up on more of those. On the other side of the coin, I think some of these heifers are pretty elite in the areas where they are good. These heifers that I've been able to sort to the top have growth and performance. They have length and power and stoutness. I think they have a maternal, cowy look to them. Maybe as much as in any breed so far, the heifer that I think I'm going to use to win this wins it because she's not the most of any one thing except the most fault-free. I really believe the longer I look at this heifer, the more I find her to be the real complete one in the class or in the lineup. That becomes the hardest for me to find that one thing that I'd want to change about her. And so in a lineup where I think it's difficult, where I don't think there's a dominant, obvious winner, the heifer that I think is the hardest to criticize and the most problem-free belongs to the young lady here in the middle, and she'll be today's champion.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your champion Hereford heifer being exhibited by Kristen Hansen of the Eufaula 4-H. Claire Foreman joins the lineup with your second place out of Class 4. Claire Foreman joins the lineup. We'll select your reserve champion, followed by 8 more. It'll be a total of 10 Hereford heifers selected for your preliminary sale order. Claire Foreman. Out of Class 5, Isaiah Salee from Horham FFA exhibiting your reserve champion, Hereford heifer, Caleb Heifel, second place out of Class 5. Caleb Heifel, if you would come in and join us and go see Miss Bailey Cooper across the way. Lily Bollinger will be your third selection out of Class 6. Second place, Holly Perry. If you would come in and join us, please. This will be your fourth selection of 10. 7 more Hereford selected here for your preliminary sale order. 7 more. Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Abigail Mefford will be your fourth selection. Isaiah Salee will move on by his... Whoop. Gracie Gist is actually second place out of Class 1. Gracie Gist is second place out of Class 1, so we'll bring in Gracie Gist, second place out of Class 1. Gracie Gist, second place out of Class 1, will join us in the ring. We'll get a shower on the second place Class 1 Hereford for Gracie Gist. Our lineup is correct. Caliborgian, you will be the 5th selection for your sale order. Holly Perry, 2nd place out of Class 2. Holly Perry, 2nd place out of Class 2. Coming in for a lineup. This will be our 6th selection. Miss Holly, if you'll move down and see Miss Bailey. Congratulations, Knox Cook will be your 6th selection. That was a single entry. Mr. Scott, and the lineup is correct. This will be selection number 7. Out of Class 4, Claire Foreman will be your 7th selection. That will be it out of Class 4. Our lineup is still correct. This will be the 8th selection. Out of Class 3, Gracie Gist will be your 8th selection. That will also pull our Class 1 Gracie Gist. Isaiah Salee is a scratch in Class 1, already in. Mystery Oldham, 4th place out of Class 1. Mystery Oldham, 4th place out of Class 1. 2 more selections. Mystery Oldham, Keota FFA. Mr. King, you have Mystery with you. Kelsey Schote out of Class 3 joins the lineup, and Mystery Oldham out of Class 1 joins the lineup. Kelsey Schote from Sallisaw 4-H, Mystery Oldham out of Keota FFA. Coming in with Kelsey out of Class 3, 2nd place. Mystery Oldham, Keota FFA. Holly Perry was selected out of Class number 6. That was the 9th selection. That's it out of Class 6. This will be your final selection. One more selected, please, and thank you, Mr. Scott. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your 10th selection in the Hereford division is Caleb Heifers. If you would, give all of our Hereford heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. Limousin heifer exhibitors. We're going to start. Class 1, Limousin heifer exhibitors. Class 1, Limousin heifers.
Quality mobile phone service in Oklahoma is a necessity, not a preference. Bravado Wireless provides nationwide cell phone coverage for a fraction of the price of national carriers. That's why we've been able to service Oklahomans for almost 100 years and counting. Visit bravadowireless.com to find your local store and make the switch today. There's really only one explanation for businesses who continue to thrive for decades on end, and that's a people-first mentality. Bravado employees live within our existing coverage area just like you. Our kids go to the same schools and play in the same leagues as yours. That's why so much of who we are consists of giving back to our communities, because your community is also our community. We are your family, your neighbors, and your leader in wireless mobility. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the
From
hustle.
nationwide coverage to live high school sports to the great outdoors and so much more, we've got something for you. We're a local wireless carrier.
Limousin, we are ready for you.
We work for your town, in your town. But great cell phone signal in rural areas is just scratching the surface. We also broadcast live events from all over eastern Oklahoma. High school football, basketball, baseball, dirt track races, livestock shows, and community events. Everything to keep you connected in your community. We're also producing original shows like Connect Outdoors.
Start off with a young pair of heifers here in the Limousin show, and both of these heifers, come out here in their working clothes, right? And so I think time's going to be their friend as they have a little more feed and development in them. It'll become a little easier to look at them. But the parts and pieces I like best belong to the black heifer in front. She's a pretty-headed, pretty neck, good-shouldered kind of a heifer. Between the two, I think she's leveler across her rump and tail head. And as you watch her move around the ring, she does so with a better set to her hind leg. No doubt the young man with the red heifer's got a bigger kind of a heifer. She'd outweigh that heifer in front of her quite a little bit. I like the added length. I like the added width that she has. But on the other side of the coin, she's a heifer that gives up quite a little bit of balance and structure. I just like to improve her in those areas.
Class 1 results, going to be first place Gavin Marshall, second place Grayson Marshall, both from the Sallisaw FFA. Class 2 will be a class of 1 entry.
This young man in the single entry class has brought us a Limousin heifer with a lot of muscle and a lot of shape. Ultra strong topped, ultra beefy, and ultra meaty in her design. My favorite view of her is the rear view. She's got a lot of arc and spring to her rib cage. She's got a lot of width and spread over her top, and she's got a big bulging thick hip and hind quarter on her. I just like this heifer so much from a power standpoint. Still balances up well enough, although she's a little shorter necked. Still moves well enough, although she's a little tighter in her hock. We'd like to see her better in those areas, but we wouldn't change a thing about the width and power in our good class winner. Congratulations.
single entry class winner going to be Cash Kreiner Porter FFA. Class 3 is also a single entry.
Our single entry heifer in our Limousin show this time, I think, raises the bar quite a bit in terms of what we've seen for quality. This is a real striking heifer from a side view. Profile's just excellent. Puts a beautiful shadow on the ground. She's sound structured and easy in her movement. She's got a nice deep rib cage. And again, it's the kind of body that she has that adds to her balance, where from her forerib to that rear rib, she just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. She's long and square in her rump. She's attractive through the front third of her body. She's not as dense and she's not as thick as that heifer we saw in the last class, but don't hear me say that she doesn't have enough muscle. There's still width at both ends of her skeleton, and I think it complements her balance and her profile very well. Congrats on a real deserving class winner.
A single entry in Class 3 is Bailey Smith, Oak to Haw FFA. Class 4 is also a single entry.
Well, again, quality just keeps coming in on the Limousin. I think we've hit a new gear here on quality. This heifer's really, really good, too. She's got a little more shape and a little more to her than that last heifer in terms of top and hip and spring of rib and just width from one end of her body to the other, and I like that. I like the extra power that this heifer has. And in doing so, she doesn't compromise the cleanliness or the femininity that we've seen in these other heifers. I like with the extra muscle that she maintains some levelness and squareness to her rump. Where I would make her a little better today is the way that she handles herself on her hind leg. I don't think she's got a big problem in terms of being unsound, but she does have some extra set that just takes away from her balance slightly as you watch her move around the ring, and I would improve her there if I could. But I love the power and I love the look. Real good combination female.
Class 4 single entry, Caitlin Skiles, Midway FFA. Class 5 is also a single entry.
Young lady's got a female here that's knocking on the door being a mama cow, and that's good to see these heifers calving early, especially those that have been shown. So compliments to you on getting that done. You got a real massive, deep-bodied, high-volume kind of a heifer that's got extra depth of side and just loads of body. For her frame, I like the length and the stretch that she has. I think she's a long-hipped heifer. I think she stays good enough in terms of her flatness of shoulder and her cleanliness of neck. Again, she's springing up. She's bagging rigging up. She looks like she's going to do everything on time. We've seen heifers that are hooked together just a little bit better from a balance standpoint, and the way that shoulder and neck and tail head all blend into them, and we might smooth her up just a little bit there, might refine that teat length just a little bit, but there's a heifer right there that's going to be a nice cow, and she's on the verge of doing so. We wish you good luck with her. Congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 5 Limousin Heifers from the Porter FFA, Addison Kreiner. Class 6 entered the show ring at this time. Class 6 entered the show ring at this time.
Two nice heifers, but the heifer that wins is pretty dominant. She's a really good heifer in terms of quality. In fact, I place her in the category of elite when you talk about her design and what she brings to the table in terms of just power and substance. Not only is she a structurally sound, easy-moving heifer, but she is so good looking from the side. Her skeleton's right, and that she's got some height through her shoulder, length and stretch from there back, a lot of levelness through that loin and squareness through her rump. Love the hind leg set and the bone. Everything is so proportional and just in place with her. It just really balances her out well. Big hip when you get in behind her, and again, really sound. A nice class winner. That's an awfully good one. A young lady here in second brought us a nice cow prospect, but just drew up in some deep water. But relative to this heifer's more moderate frame, she's really long-sided. I really like the thickness of top and the muscularity she has back in her hip. But obviously, I think she gives up some things in terms of balance when you look at the crest of her neck and her brisket and her shoulder. Not as square in her rump. Just not the same category in terms of balance, but a good, useful, functional kind of heifer. Congratulations to you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 6 Limousin Heifers. Second place out of Class 6, Mackenzie Dobbs. And your winner out of Class 6, first place, going to Bailey Smith. We're going to bring our class winners in and have your selection here in your Limousin division. Champion, reserve champion, and 5 more for a total of 7. Champion, reserve champion, and a total of 5 more for a total of 7. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your winner out of Class 1, Garen Marshall from the Sallisaw FFA. Your Class 2 winner from the Porter FFA. How about a round of applause for Cash Kreiner? Your Class 3 winner from the Oakdale FFA. Let's hear it for Bailey Smith. Your Class 4 winner from the Midway FFA, Caitlin Skiles. Your Class 5 winner from the Porter FFA, Addison Kreiner. And your Class 6 winner from the Oakdale FFA, Bailey Smith.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our Limousin exhibitors finish pulling into place, let's give them a nice round of applause here one more time for a quality set of females. If you just walked up to this show, you might not realize it, but this is mostly a grand drive that I can't take any responsibility for. These were mostly single entries, but you sure wouldn't know that, would you? These all look like heifers that deserve to be in a breed champion lineup. Very, very high quality heifers. And because it was a small show, let's just do a quick recap. The young man up the front of the ring here, he's got one that's just as green as a gourd. She's still pretty skinny, but she's nice in a lot of ways. She's really clean, she's feminine, she's long, she's got some soundness of structure. There's a heifer that you can do a lot of changing with, young man, with some diligence and some care. The feed bucket's going to be her friend. I don't think you'll recognize that heifer this time a year from now. The heifer that comes out of this next class was a meat wagon. Big old top and thick hipped. Maybe not the pizzazz that we see in some other ones, but I love her from a power standpoint. This is a real interesting heifer in the middle of the lineup here. She was one of the single entries that came in, and I said, man, we kind of raised the bar. She's really, really good from the side view. She's super sound. I love her leg set. I love her athleticism. Her top, her loin, her lip, her hip. That's my kind of female in terms of her pattern and her skeleton design. In this particular lineup, she's not the thickest, stoutest one out here, but don't hear me say that she doesn't have enough to her, because she's still really square from hooks to pins, and I think she's real proportional, but she brings about as much to the table out here in terms of look and soundness as any of them do, and I really like her from that regard. And then the young lady right here, she leads one out here that sure got a lot of meat to her and still a lot of look. We talked about her in class, maybe not handling that hind leg just perfectly, but again, I'm picking on one that when she sets it down, it still looks real, real good, and I like that she's a combination heifer. A lot of look, a lot of power, still sound enough, but we might tweak the way that she moves that back leg just a little bit. Heavy springing heifer was next in the lineup, just loaded up with mass and body, like that she's calving early here, but again, as we mentioned, like to kind of refine that udder that she's showing you a little different kind of balance in terms of the design of her front end. And then I think a super elite, high quality one rounds out this set of heifers, one that about any way you're going to talk about her is going to be real positive. She's got the look, she's got the structure, she's got the power, and today she's going to get a banner. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations to Bailey Smith. She will be your champion Limousin heifer exhibitor from the Oakdale FFA. Mackenzie Dobbs will be second place out of Class 6. Mackenzie Dobbs. We are correct.
And if she can get Jody, if she will present the check. Harvest is going to present us a check. It says if Jody's close.
Congratulations, Bailey Smith will be your reserve champion. That was a single entry, so our lineup is correct. Caitlin Skiles will be your third selection. That was a single entry as well. Addie Kreiner will be your fourth selection out of Class 5. That was a single entry as well. Our lineup is correct. Cash Kreiner will be your fifth selection. That was a single entry as well. Mackenzie Dobbs will be your sixth selection, and congratulations to Garen Marshall. He will be your seventh selection. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our Limousin exhibitors a great big round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just a few minutes here and let Mr. Jake Scott have him a ribeye steak sandwich, because beef, that's what's for lunch.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the hustle of the city. While we know that taking the road less traveled isn't for everyone, it's where we feel most at home. Every turn down this road could be challenging, and much like you, we know the harder the challenge, the greater the reward. That's why each and every day, Bravado Wireless is growing our network further down the county roads and down the roads less traveled. We're making sure wherever your road may lead, you're always connected. We are Bravado Wireless, Oklahoma's own wireless provider.
Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show on behalf of Arvest Bank, and we're so excited about this donation. It's the hearts of giving people investing in our young people that make this show possible. Ladies, if you'd be kind enough to reveal this and turn it over here to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we're receiving a $10,000 check to the Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. Thank you to Mr. Darren Armstrong, commercial lender from Arvest Bank, along with Evelyn, Trina, and Miss Stormy. We'll turn this way right here and pose for a photo. And ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's those that give that make this show such a great success. It's our future leaders in our city, in our town, and in our state. Armstrong Bank, Mr. Darren Armstrong with Arvest.
There's really only one explanation for businesses who continue to thrive for decades on end, and that's a people-first mentality. Bravado employees live within our existing coverage area just like you. Our kids go to the same schools and play in the same leagues as yours. That's why so much of who we are consists of giving back to our communities, because your community is also our community. We are your family, your neighbors, and your leader in wireless mobility. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
You are called to be bold. You have a right to the best wireless service, high-speed internet, and customer service at a price you can feel good about. At Bravado Wireless, we know this, and that's why we put you and your community first. We are owned and operated right here in eastern Oklahoma. We live where you live. We proudly connect you to your family, friends, and business partners wherever they are. Dallas, Seattle, Taipei, Toronto, and anywhere else in the world. We are Bravado Wireless. We believe in the power of connection.
Quality mobile phone service in Oklahoma is a necessity, not a preference. Bravado Wireless provides nationwide cell phone coverage for a fraction of the price of national carriers. That's why we've been able to service Oklahomans for almost 100 years and counting. Visit bravadowireless.com to find your local store and make the switch today.
You need to be in a holding area. All my mains, you need to be in a holding area.
young man here brought in a really fancy maid heifer that we're going to use to win the class. Not only is she a little cooler made and more feminine and longer pattern, especially up in the front third of her body, she's also the sounder, better moving, looser traveling heifer of the pair. She's young and she's green, as she should be, but I think there's a lot of room to run with that heifer. She's got a good natural rib cage, good natural muscle thickness. I think a lot of future in that heifer yet to come. Young lady's heifer that's going to be second here is a bigger heifer. She's a taller fronted heifer. She's really, really long spine. I think she's maybe a little better balanced in terms of being the same height that her shoulder and hip than that heifer that went out in front of her. She too's got a good natural rib depth in her, but on the other side of the coin, not as chiseled out in her front end in terms of that elite look, doesn't travel quite as nicely today. Good way to start our main show. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, results of Class 1 Main. Second place, Chloe Cantrell from the Stigler FFA. Class 2, first place in Class 1, getting ahead of myself, from the Warner 4-H, Kason Fowler. Trying to make up that 15 minutes, wasn't it? Class 2 main heifers entering the show ring at this time. Class 2 main heifers entering the show ring. Class 3 through 7, be ready. Classes 3 through 7, main heifer exhibitors, followed by the Red Angus. Class 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come on in, classes 3 through 7. Come see the showstopper.
Up front here first, and then obviously the one behind her second. And in doing so, I'm going to tell you, I think it's pretty close. I think both of these heifers are attractive. I think they're both heavy boned. I think both of these heifers are sound. But today the difference I see is when they walk away from you. And I see more width. I think these heifers are built differently from behind. I see more width than the young lady's heifer here. She's really got a nice rib shape to her, some depth to her sides, some symmetry and levelness to her lines. She's a cute headed heifer. I'd almost like to stretch that neck out just a little bit. I could see one day there being some crest on the top of the neck with some wrinkles that are starting there. I'd like to just stretch her out just a little bit there. But today I appreciate the width that she has. I still think there's a lot of balance. Really good shoulder, really good chest in her. Real powerfully made kind of heifer in terms of her body and bone here in second place. But a heifer that comes with a little more depth to that neck. Maybe just a little more coarseness about that head than our class winning heifer. Not as wide traveling and wide tracking when you watch her go away away from you. But I like the heifer a lot. I think she's sure stout. I think she's sure powerful, especially in terms of her body and bone. And that'll be a fun pair to watch to develop. I could see that going back and forth as the year progresses. Young man here in third's got a real nice heifer, but he drew up in a real tough class. Go ahead and lead her out here. She's a big framed, long-bodied heifer that's really got a lot of muscle in her. Good top, good hip, wide at both ends of her skeleton. She's a heifer that's a little trimmer and a little shallower in the lower third of her body. She's a heifer that doesn't flex as well off her hock and pastern today, and I'd like to see her better in those areas. Congrats to our main exhibitors.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 2 main heifers. Third place, Muskogee 4-H, Lane Lewis. Second place out of Class 2, Alexandria Yates. And your winner of Class 2 for the Keys FFA, Erica Ward. Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen up in the barn area. I'm going to make this announcement one time and one time only. If you have a K9, that means a dog, and it is in on this grounds or in these barn areas, it goes now. Okay? Just had a little incident for that little sweet puppy that don't ever bite nobody. You need to get them out of here now. No questions asked, please, and thank you. Class 3, single entry.
Young man sure brought a meat wagon out here in this single entry class. Gigantic top and a real thick hip. She's beefy from the front end to the back end. Love the width, love the muscle, love the shape that this heifer has. I think she's real practically built from a skeletal standpoint, but in terms of structure, I'd like to give her a little more slope to her shoulder. I'd like to set her back a little farther at her knee. I think that makes that heifer take a little longer stride and step as she moves around the ring. But I wouldn't change a thing about the meat and the muscle and the power this good class winner has in her. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cash Connor. Coeda 4-H will be your Class 3 winner. Class 4 main heifers entering the show ring at this time. Class 4.
I'm going to use this big heifer to win the class, and in doing so, I'm going to tell you she's plenty big, and I don't think she's through growing yet when you look at her in her head and her cannon bone, but she's big and she's pretty good too. She's a tall-fronted heifer. She's got a lot of length of side, but I think she's got enough depth and enough bone and enough power to accommodate that extra size. I think she's still very proportional. That being said, I toned her down a little bit about that head, which is pretty long-faced. This is a heifer that I might square up ever so slightly from hooks to pins today if we could, but still, yeah, I think she brings a lot to the table out here just in terms of the power and the bone and the size and the performance that she has. The young man has quite the opposite heifer that's going to be in second. She's pretty moderate. She's a heifer that isn't quite as good in terms of her frame or her length, but she's better than her class winner, I think, right across her hooks and in her pins. I think she is more nearly level there from her rolling right on back, and I like that about her. She's a heifer that, relative to her size, relative to her height, has pretty good length of body, but she's one that I think could move out a little bit better today. I'd like to see her just flex and reach a little bit off those back legs. Two good heifers. I congratulate you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 4 main heifers. Second place from Warner, 4H, Tyler Moore. And your winner from the Stillwell FFA, Lily James. Class 5 heifers coming in. Class 6 and 7, be ready. 6 and 7 are single entries in the main heifer division. 10 total for selection of your preliminary sale order. If you'd like to be considered, you need to be in the staging, makeup, or holding area.
This is a closer placing than it might appear, and the thing that probably throws you off a little bit is that both of these heifers aren't blessed with the same coat of hair. They're not blessed with the same fit job, but when you really cut down to it, there's some good in both of these heifers. The young lady's heifer I'm going to use to win this is, I think, the higher quality, nicer balanced, more elite profiling heifer of the pair. And I see that when we study her up in the front third of her body. There's more femininity. There's less crest in that neck. She really ties in good from her shoulder into her body. She's got more integrity and levelness down her spine, and especially in that tail head. She's got a good natural rib cage with less navel about her, and stands down on a good leg. What she's not's the most athletic heifer we've ever seen. Don't hear me say that she's not sound enough, but she doesn't walk with the same reach, especially up on that front end, as the heifer does here in second. Heifer in second's a big stout thing. Tall fronted, extremely long-sided. She's got a big top in her, and when you watch her move around the ring, I think she does so in better fashion than our class winner. I think she moves out with a little more reach and length of stride. But on the other side of the coin, she is one that's crestier in her neck. She's a little rougher in the way that neck attaches to the shoulder and on back into her spine. A little more shoulder in that female. All that's kind of a long way of saying she's not as nicely balanced as that one. And it's going to hurt her a little bit today, but I really, really like that one in terms of her growth, her stoutness, and her performance. Congratulations to you both.
Your results of Class 5 main heifers, second place, Coda 4H, Logan McKinney. And your winner of Class 5 from the Keys FFA, Erica Ward. Class 6 is a single entry. Class 6 is a single entry, Mr. Holcomb. Class 7 is a single entry as well. If you'd like to be considered for champion, reserve champion, and preliminary sale order in the main division, you need to be in the holding area. Mains will be 10 total selections. Red Angus, be getting it on your mind.
Great combination when they're by themselves, so we're going to move this right along. That's a beast of a heifer. Seems like when we get these single entries in here, we get a pretty darn good one, and that's what's going on again. That heifer's got a lot to her from a power standpoint. I like her feet, I like her bone, I like her body, I like her hip. She's really, really level designed from her shoulder all the way back through her hip and rump. I like the tail head setting in her. I think for the amount of stoutness that she has, she balances up real well and still has enough femininity, although I might sweeten that head up a little bit if we were going to get critical. Good job, real nice heifer, real deserving class winner.
Congratulations to Abigail Mefford from the Bigs, 4H. She's your Class 6 winner. Class 7 is a single entry as well. We'll line up our first 6 class winners. If you'd like to be considered for champion, reserve champion, and sale order, preliminary sale order in the main division, you need to be in the holding area, makeup area, and or the staging area. Red Angus, followed by Santa Gertrudis. Be getting it on your mind.
Well, I think this heifer wraps up our main show here, and we'll get started with the grand drive. She's just a real complete kind of a heifer, especially when you study her out here as an individual. She's very modern. She's very modern. I don't think she's ever just had tons of feed put in her, but I think she's real genuine in terms of her condition and her kind. I think she's got a real honest body shape in her. Relative to her moderate height, she's got decent length of body to her. She's a heifer that's adequate in terms of her bone and muscle. She's adequate in terms of her balance, but we'll find heifers that there's just more of all those things in. But I think a real complete kind of heifer, just a solid individual. Congratulations on having a class winner today.
Congratulations, your Class 7 winner from the Wilson 4-H, Marky Grider. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to meet our winners for your main heifer division. Your winner out of Class 1 from the Warner 4-H. Put your hands together for Mr. Kason Fowler. Your winner out of Class 2 from the Keys FFA. How about a round of applause for Erica Ward? Your winner out of Class 3 from the Coweta 4-H, Cash Connor. Your winner out of Class 4 from the Stillwell FFA. How about a round of applause for Lily James? Your winner out of Class 5 from the Keys FFA. Heads up, boys. Your Class 6 winner, Abigail Mefford, and your Class 7 winner, Marky Grider.
Well, we've seen a couple of breeds today that have been heavy with single entries, and this is one of those breeds. So we've got a heifer out here that's just not cooperating real well with this young lady. That's not a bad idea. But we're going to simplify this for everybody just a little bit. She's leading a heifer that's an awfully good one in this lineup in terms of her length, in terms of her mass and her power. Young lady, your heifer's not acting like it, but today she's going to be a champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Abigail Mefford. She will be exhibiting your champion main heifer, and that is a single entry.
I think you got to look and study just a little bit harder when you start to make some decisions for reserve. But the heifer that I like next best in the lineup, I think is the one that comes closest to matching her in terms of her balance, her completeness. A heifer that I think is pretty fault-free in her kind, but really, really attractive and good and high quality. Congratulations to this heifer out of the second class. She'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion out of Class 2, Erica Ward from the Keys, FFA. Alexandria Yates, second place out of Class 2. So Erica Ward's first place out of Class 5 goes out. Logan McKinney, second place out of Class 5 comes in, please. Logan McKinney, second place out of Class 5. Mr. Scott Alexandria Yates was your third selection, is that correct? Thank you, young man. Third selection is Alexandria Yates. Lane Lewis, third place out of Class 2, will join us here. Lane Lewis, third place out of Class 2. Cash Connor will be your fourth selection. Single entry class. The lineup is correct, sir. Kason Fowler will be your fifth selection. Chloe Cantrell, second place out of Class 1. If you'll join us, please, and thank you. Setting on go, Mr. Scott. Right there's your Class 1. Lily James out of Class 4 will be your sixth selection. That means we need Tyler Moore, second place out of Class 4, to please come in. Tyler Moore, second place out of Class 4. He is entering right here to our left, and your lineup is correct for selection number 7. Mr. Logan McKinney will be your seventh selection out of the main. That will conclude Class 5. Our lineup is ready for selection number 8. Chloe Cantrell will be your 8th selection. That will conclude Class 1, so our lineup is correct. Lane Lewis will be your 9th selection. One more to go, please, sir. And congratulations. Tyler Moore will be your 10th selection. If you would, give all of our main heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. Santa Gertrudis, showtime on a Friday afternoon. Once again, a great big thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to St. Francis Health Systems. Thank you to Connor State College. sending us our pilot over there across the far side, picking them up from one side and setting them down on the other side. Thank you to Connor State College, sending our pilot and the ring help. And thank you to all of our volunteers around ringside. A great big thank you to Bravado Wireless, making it possible for those of you all that aren't able to be here but are watching online. We'd like to say thank you to Bravado Wireless. Class 1, Santa Gertrudis. Class 2 and 3. Red Angus entering the show ring at this time. Santa Gertrudis, be getting it on your mind. Class 1, Red Angus Heifers in the show ring. Class 1, Red Angus Heifers. There are 3 classes of Red Angus, and we followed by Santa Gertrudis.
This isn't a slam dunk victory for the young lady in first. It's a close placing between first and second. But between those two, she's got a heifer that, although she's more moderate, although she's shorter sided, she's a sounder structured heifer that's better in the design up through the front third of her body while still offering some power and shape from their back. Between the two heifers, she's the prettier headed heifer. She's better in her neck and shoulder. And I'm not here just to pick the pretty fronted ones. There's plenty of heifer from their back. She's got width at her top. She's got squareness and levelness to her hip. Much more sound when you watch them go around the ring, and I just like her balance better, but I will grant that we're giving up quite a little power in doing that. This is a big, high-performing heifer that comes to us in second, a heifer that's got a lot of volume, a lot of width, and a lot of mass to her. But on the other side of the coin, I think she gives up a little bit in terms of youthfulness. She just hits you with more maturity in her head, and her brisket, and her front end, and when you watch her walk, she does so with a little more restriction and a little shorter stride. But I love the beefiness and the power in our good second place heifer. The young lady's heifer in third. I know she's been a handful. I'm proud of you for sticking with her, sweetie. Really, really a clean-made heifer. Really, really an attractive profiling heifer. Super smooth, super refined. Just not having her best day today. You'll have more fun in the show ring at some other shows, I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 1 Red Angus Heifers. Third place, Brenlin Heifel from the Haskell County 4-H. Second place from the Porter 4-H, Kinley Cole. And your winner of Class 1 Red Angus, Caitlin Skiles. Class 2 is a single entry, as well as Class 3. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, you need to be in the staging area. Shorthorn exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. Also, like to say a great big thank you to Serve Pro. Being on hand with us, a partnership with Serve Pro has been outstanding the last several years. And we appreciate our ladies from Serve Pro stepping in and helping out, handing out showmanship buttons. I'm sure that young man that was here before you didn't tell you near about the excitement that he had today, did he? He didn't? You need to ask him a story and then he'll explain to you. And they're brave enough to be on the inside, huh?
Here's a November heifer that is really foxy and good in my mind. About every area that you would want to talk about and describe this heifer, it can be really, really positive. Starting at the ground and working up, she's really good footed. She's really sound structured. She travels with length of stride and athleticism. She's fresh and genuine for a November heifer in terms of body condition. I like her natural rib shape. Love the length relative to her height. Good enough fronted. We've probably seen heifers that are a little skinnier necked than her, and if I was going to change her, I might make her just a little thinner there on the bottom side of her neck, but I still think she wears it well with the amount of heifer and horsepower there is from their back. Real deserving class winner. Congratulations, young lady. You got a nice heifer.
Congratulations to Jocelyn Richter, Muskogee 4-H, your Class 2 winner. Class 3 will be a single entry. Class 3 will be a single entry. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, be getting that on your mind.
Big March heifer here, stands alone out in the class, but with some competition, she'd still be real competitive. Really, really nice in terms of her body volume and her size and her length. I think she's good in terms of her build, the design of her skeleton. She's level from front to rear, square in her rump, correct in her tail head, stands down correctly on both ends. On the move, she might struggle a little more off those rear legs, but I'm not going to get overly critical on that or the heifer at her age and probably in stage and gestation. Another real nice class winner. Congratulations.
Your results are Class 3, Caitlin Skiles from the Midway FFA. We're going to bring all of our class winners back in for selection of your champion and reserve champion, Red Angus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your Class 1 winner from Midway FFA will be Caitlin Skiles. Your Class 2 winner will be Jocelyn Richter from Muskogee 4-H. And your Class 3 winner will be Caitlin Skiles from the Midway FFA. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, be headed to the staging area.
It is sometimes hard to put together a lineup when there's not very many, but in the Red Angus breed, when there's not very many, it's rare to see three of them that are this nice, that, you know, more or less came out of some single entry classes. These are three real stout, real competitive Red Angus heifers, and I think heifers that are competitive at a level beyond what we're showing at today. So my compliments to the exhibitors on an outstanding trio of heifers. The young heifer here out of the first class wasn't the biggest one in that class, but she is really sound and she's really complete. I like the quality that she has up through her head and her neck and her shoulder, and still plenty of meat and muscle there back, and again handles herself nicely from a balance and a structure standpoint. As sound of one as we have in the lineup is the heifer in the middle. She's just really free and athletic off of both ends. She's fun to watch walk around the ring. That's probably my favorite view of her, is seeing her on the move. She collects herself really, really well. I like her length relative to her height, and especially that long, thick hip. I like the hind leg that she has in her. Her neck could just be a little more supple, in my opinion. The top side of her neck, the bottom side of her neck, the longer you look at that, the more that takes away from her a little bit, and I'm not here to judge front ends. Don't hear me say that. I think she's cowy and productive, but in a pretty good lineup of heifers, that's maybe where I would change her slightly, but I wouldn't change a thing about her from there back. The big heifer at the back of the lineup's a big stout one that's eye-catching because of her size and age and presentation, but she's pretty good to boot. She's as massive and as deep and as high volume as any of the three heifers, and I think she's pretty fresh for this stage of the game, especially considering her neck and her chest with that amount of volume. I think they've done a pretty good job with the feed bucket there. A lot of meat and muscle in that heifer. She's starting to get outside of herself off those rear legs, and I'd change that about her here today, and it's a concern, but each of these heifers probably have something you might tweak just a little bit. I think she's good enough, though, that at this age, to have made it this far, we're going to go ahead and let her be the champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles. She will be exhibiting your champion Red Angus heifer. She is from the Midway FFA. Single entry. Congratulations to Jocelyn Richter. She will be your reserve champion. Your third selection will be Kinley Cole, followed by Brenlyn Heifel in that order. Kinley Cole will be your third selection, and your fourth selection will be Brenlyn Heifel. If you would, give all of the Red Angus heifer exhibitors a great big round of applause. We will line up our Santa Gertrudis, followed by Simmental, I do believe. Santa Gertrudis Shorthorn in Simmental. That's at public school working for you right there.
The May heifer that we have here, I think, is really just a nice individual, a real deserving class winner. I think she's real honest and natural in her body type. I think she's really appropriate in terms of her frame size and performance. I like the length of body. I like especially the length of hip. I think she's got a real maternal build to her. Congratulations on a class winner today.
Congratulations to Kinley Kirby from Stigler. She'll be your Class 1 winner. And your Santa Gertrudis, Class 2 and 3. You'll be ready, please. Class 2, Santa Gertrudis entering the show ring at this time.
A real nice set of heifers here, but quite a difference in terms of their size and their performance. I like the bigger heifer a little better. Well, she sure is a level design female. She's got extra length of side. She's real square made in her rump. I like the way that she stands down on that hip and hind leg. She's deep-sided heifer. If we're going to change her, I might give her just a little more shape, a little more width from end to end. But in this class, I still think she's pretty dominant. The young lady's smaller heifer here is ultra clean made. Boy, she's as tight-necked and as clean in her chest and brisket and dewlap as one could possibly be. She comes out here in her working clothes today, and she's on the border of being pretty skinny. I think there's one that could use quite a few more groceries, and as she has the opportunity to eat and develop, I think she'll just explode. She's really got the right pieces in the right places. I wish this young lady the best of luck with that heifer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 2, Santa Gertrudis, second place from Stillwell Haven, Pritchett. And your winner of Class 2, Charolais Pitchford. Shorthorn exhibitors, if you would make your way over the staging area if you have not already done so. Shorthorn followed by Simmental.
I'm pulling the young lady in the yellow shirt up to the number one spot, and she'll be your class winner. It's just a stouter heifer, in my opinion. I think she's really cowy and broody and maternal in her makeup. I like the added rib shape and dimension and thickness of top that she has. I like the extra width that she has in her chest and at her base as she walks away from you. I like the extra width that she has from hooks to pins. On the other side of the coin, she's not as trim-naveled as the heifer behind her, but still yet I do think she's the more powerful heifer of the pair. Really a big-framed, tall-fronted, loose-hided kind of a heifer comes to us in second. Loose-made even in the way that she travels. I just think there's a lot of natural athleticism and flexibility in this heifer, and I appreciate that about her. The growth and the performance is second to none on this female, but I would like to just give her a little of the same shape and thickness and dimension that we see in our class winner. Good job to both these young ladies. Give them a round of applause, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 3, Santa Gertrudis, first and second place from 4-on-4H, Charolais Pitchford. We're going to get all of our exhibitors lined out here as we bring them back in. Your Class 1 winner from Stigler will be Kinley Kirby. Your Class 2 winner will be Charolais Pitchford, and your Class 3 winner will be Charolais Pitchford.
Well, we really haven't seen any of these Santa Gertrudis heifers that a person didn't like and admire quite a little bit today. But as we consider our champion between the three heifers that are out here, I think there's one that just naturally stands out as being more cowy, being stouter, being better shaped. She's abundant in terms of her rib and in terms of her volume. I think she shows you a real mama cow look. Congratulations to this young lady with the big heifer. She's today's champion.
Congratulations to Sila Pitchford. She will be your champion Santa Gertrudis exhibitor. Sila Pitchford will bring in her second place out of Class 3. Thank you for handing off and passing along. It takes a village to get these young people here, and if you're seated around ringside, you know that as well as anybody. My hat's off to each and every one of you for helping out. Kinley Kirby will be your reserve champion exhibitor, and that is a single entry in Class 1, so our lineup is correct. Okay, thank you, Miss Pam. That will make Haven Pritchett your third selection, and that will conclude the Santa Gertrudis breed. If you would give our Santa Gertrudis exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit here. Shorthorn exhibitor, Shorthorn. Class 1 Shorthorns enter the show ring at this time. Class 1 Shorthorns enter the show ring at this time. Shorthorn exhibitors, if you would, be in the holding area, please. Shorthorn exhibitors, be in the holding area, please. Followed by Simmental and AOB. Shorthorn, Simmental, and AOB. Thank you for the Brahms malt.
Boy, when we switch gears and we start a new breed, it just doesn't seem like we ever start with a bad one. You know what I mean? This is a good heifer coming in here to start off our Shorthorns with. She's got balance, she's got style, she's got eye appeal, and she's got all that without giving up her muscle. She's got a big old top and a good thick hip and hind quarter in her. Travels around the ring the way one should. Puts her feet down in the right place. Good job on a real deserving class winner, young man.
Congratulations to Cason Fowler. He will be your winner out of Class 1. For those of you all sitting in the stands, how many of you are excited that you're not at work today? All right. Well, with that excitement, I want you to pay the kids off with a round of applause. So don't let them leave here. You hold excitement in your hands, so don't be sitting on them.
Well, this single entry sure doesn't disappoint you either. There's another real stout, real good looking one, real good made one. For as much meat and muscle and thickness that she has, boy, she's sure carved out nice in her front end. Neck sets up high and correct on a real good shoulder blade. She's got strength and levelness down her top and squareness in her hip. A lot of body and rib shape to her. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the way that she moves at the ground, but right there in the middle of her back from time to time, she moves with a little tightness and wants to get that top up in the air. She might just not like being in here by herself, but we'll check that out good when she's in here later today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cassie Kelly from the Keys FFA.
Another real nice single entry heifer. This heifer's got some frame and some muscle to her. Really tall and upstanding there at the point of her shoulder. A lot of strength and levelness right behind her shoulder. Long and square in that rump. Tailhead maybe sets up a little higher in her, but I guarantee you when you get behind her, that is a square-made heifer. When you talk about one that has some true width and thickness to her top and some squareness there at her pins, stands on a good leg in terms of bone. Like to free her up a little bit, wouldn't you? And just the way that she moves, she's a little straighter in that shoulder, a little stiffer in that hock and pastern, but sure a thick heifer that's got some size and growth. Congrats on winning your class.
Congratulations to Fletcher Reese from the Warner FFA.
Once again, a single entry heifer, but a heifer that's got a lot of length of size, relative to her height and relative to her frame. She's really a stout-boned, big-legged kind of heifer. Plenty of meat and muscle and shape when you stand in behind her. For me, she comes across as needing just a little bit more of a maternal look. She's a little clubbier in her design for what I prefer, a little straighter on both ends, a little tighter and trimmer in the lower third of her body, and I just like to add some depth and a little turn down there and a little drop and give her a little bit more of a cowy look in a perfect world. But I wouldn't change a thing about the amount of thickness and bone that she has. Congrats on winning your class today.
Congratulations, Fletcher Reese from the Warner FFA.
Get to do a little judging now after a long run of these single entries, and you do have to do a little judging in this class, in my opinion. Although the young lady here that I've got pulled out in first, I think wins it quite handily. Just a real solid, complete, stout, beefy heifer. I like her top. I like her hip. She's got plenty of body volume and substance to her. She's wide at both ends of her skeleton. She's attractive enough, and particularly in this breed, we'll see some that are probably a little more ladylike up in the front end. They're a little more refined in their shoulder perhaps, but this one wears it well for the amount of substance and power that she has, and I really like the soundness and the athleticism, the way this heifer strides out and moves. She's my favorite in this class. If you want to say it's a close pair between something, I think you can say it's close between the heifers in second and third, and I'll be the first to admit that the heifer in second, congratulations, isn't necessarily my type and kind, quote unquote, but I think she's still better than the heifer in third. She's a heifer that stands up high at her shoulder. I love the strength and levelness of her design, through her back, through her loin, the squareness of that rump, the set of that tail head. She's got a big old leg and foot underneath her, a good enough rib in her. She's got some squareness from behind, but for me, she lacks just a shot of femininity. When you look up into that longer skull and head, I just like to class her up just a little bit there, maybe peel down that brisket a little bit, but I still think the parts and pieces are real good on her, and she's sure stouter made and stouter featured than the red and white heifer that's going to come to her next. This red and white heifer, man, you want to talk about one that moves pretty cool. This is, go ahead and lead her out here for us. This is a long-bodied, long-striding, loose-made kind of a heifer. She really reaches out and covers some country when she goes around the ground. Congratulations. She's, again, a heifer that's just chock full of stretch and extension from one end to the other. And I like that. I mean, long-fronted, long-sided, long, even the way she moves, you know, that heifer is just long in everything she does. But it works against her a little bit in that she gets piecey to me. That shoulder doesn't connect to her body, doesn't connect to her hip, as well as the two heifers in front of her, and that throws her out of balance. She's a little coarser and plainer about that head, and on either side of that tail head, she really kind of fades off in her muscle structure. I'd like to see her have more squareness and fullness up at the top part of her hip, but I wouldn't change a thing about the length and the soundness that that good heifer has. Then, young man, you got a real solid replacement kind of heifer coming around here next. I love the muscle. I love the thickness that you see in your heifer. She's got a big old strap and top and a good meaty hip in her. That heifer's got some bone for the kind of heifer that she is, and just real shapely from one end to the other. Now today she doesn't handle herself quite as nicely in her top or on her hind legs. She gives up a little bit in terms of mass of body, but that's a real long-sided, real thick-muscled heifer. Congratulations on a nice set of these females. How about we do give them a nice round of applause?
Congratulations. Your results of Class 5 Shorthorn Heifers. 4th place from Wilson FFA, Cody Grider. 3rd place from the Biggs FFA, Destiny White. 2nd place, you follow 4H, Dawson Wisenhunt. And your winner from the Sequoia 4H, it's Briley Schote. Class 6, entered the show ring at this time, Class 6.
class of 3 here with a real easy winner, and then 2 real different kinds between second and third. The heifer that wins the class is one that's got a lot of size and volume and just quality to her compared to the other 2. She's easily the soundest structured one that we have in the class. Really, really pretty fronted, got a good head, good neck, good shoulder on her. Again, comes back to a real big, deep, sweeping kind of rib cage. Plenty of muscle and substance in that heifer. If we're going to get real nitpicky on her, she can run downhill a little bit from her hips forward into that forerib, and the way that she connects into that shoulder. I'd like to just pick it up just a little bit to even balance her out better, but that's a real nice one and a real dominant one in this class. The heifer that's got her kind of size and length, which is what I prefer, is this blue heifer that's going to come to us in second. Compared to the heifer in third, I like that she's a taller fronted heifer that's got more length and extension and femininity. She's just more ladylike. There's more refinement and more class up in her head and her neck and her shoulder. There's much more stretch and length and extension down her spine and through that rump. She's more flexible and athletic off of either end of her body. Is she as thick and chunky? No, she's not. And I do like the power that we see in the young man's heifer in third here. Go ahead and pull her around, partner. She's a bold sprung, wide-bodied, high-capacity heifer. It's got tons of rib shape and just tons of thickness from end to end. Man, she is wide-chested. She's wide-traveling, and from a power standpoint, she's kind of unrivaled in this class. But on the other side of the coin, she's also a lower set, smaller framed heifer that's shorter coupled, and she just struggles a little too much on the move. Kind of gives her a steery look. I'd like to add just more length and stretch to give her more of a female look. Good set of heifers. Not a bad one in the bunch. Give them one more round of applause.
Your results of Class 6 Shorthorn Heifers, third place from the Stigler FFA, Cody Kentrell. Second place from the Fort Gibson 4-H, Weston Young. And your winner, Class 6 from the Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. One winner from the Warner 4-H. Put your hands together for Kason Fowler. Your Class 2 winner from the Keys FFA, Cassie Kelly. Your Class 3 winner from the Warner FFA. How about a round of applause for Fletcher Reese? Your Class 4 winner, also exhibited and owned by Fletcher Reese of the Warner FFA. Your Class 5 winner, Sequoia 4-H. How about a round of applause for Briley Schultz? And rounding out your selection for your champion Shorthorn, your winner out of Class 6 from the Keys FFA. Let's hear it for Cassie Kelly.
Shorthorn exhibitors pull into place as we've done with every breed. I sure want to congratulate them. These breeds aren't always huge in terms of numbers, but boy, the quality hasn't disappointed me at all. And so I'm sure grateful for the lineup that we have here. And I think there's some pretty exceptional individuals that are going to sort themselves off into the top 2 or 3 or 4 as we work through our champions and sell orders. The female that we're going to use to win this, though, is one of the real high quality, real elite balanced kind of heifers in here that not only is pretty stunning from a profile standpoint, but also has plenty of meat and muscle to her. I think she handles herself well enough in terms of her structure and her movement. And again, there's a difference in these things just in terms of their overall quality and the level of good that they bring out here to this particular contest. And I think this one maximizes that. So young lady out of the second class, congratulations on today's champion. Good job.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Shorthorn being exhibited by Cassie Kelly, the Keys FFA. That was a single entry class. Congratulations, Cassie Kelly out of Class 6 will be your reserve champion, Shorthorn. We'll bring in Weston Young for selection here in the Shorthorn breed. Weston Young out of Class 6. Congratulations to Briley Schote. She'll be your third selection. Dawson Wisenhunt, second place out of Class 5, will come in at this time. Eleven selections here in the Shorthorn division. 11 selections in the Shorthorn division. 8 more selections. Dawson Wisenhunt joins the fun. Selection number 4 is going to be Kason Fowler. That is a single entry class as well. Dawson Wisenhunt will be selection number 5. Destiny White out of Class 5. Come on in. Destiny White out of Class 5. Congratulations to Destiny White. She will be your 6th selection. Cody Grider. Come on in. Out of Class 5. Cody Grider. Congratulations to Weston Young. That will be your 7th selection. Cody Cantrell out of Class. Congratulations to Fletcher Reese out of Class 3. That will be your 8th selection. That was a single entry. Fletcher Reese's Class 4 is going out. Now our ring is correct, sir. Congratulations to Cody Cantrell. He will be your 9th selection. And Cody Grider will be your 10th and final selection in the Shorthorn division. Ladies and gentlemen, give our Shorthorn exhibitors a great big round of applause as they go out. We'll move into our Simmental Class 1. Simmental Class 1. taken here, whether it be in the ring or at the backdrop. It's Pierce Creative, and Miss Stacy Pierce, and the ladies working for you at Pierce Creative.
These kids kind of get themselves organized. This is a real fancy one we're going to start with here. Super, super correct, really, really good looking, excellent in terms of her profile and her design. A heifer that I think let you get behind her. I think a heifer that's real eye-catching. I love to watch her move. She's free, she's elegant, she's easygoing. And in a class where we've got some differences in body, we've got some differences in muscle, she puts both of those together with all that look and all that eye appeal and just class. And like I said, there's just a difference in these cattle when it comes to the level of quality that she has. And I think that one is just really, really high quality. I think that's a good place to start. I think you got a judging contest on your hands in the next three classes. quite honestly. And I think the young lady's heifer that I got pulled out here in second among a pretty good trio stands out as, for me, being the one that's most like our class winner in terms of balance and in terms of design. She's up-headed. She's stronger in terms of her squareness and levelness of hip than the heifer that's going to place right below her. And she still brings enough to the table in terms of her body and in terms of her mass and in terms of her thickness. I'd like to clean that navel up just a little bit on her. That kind of draws my eye, and I think that takes away from her balance. But I think you got to be careful after you look at her head and her neck and her features to say that she's still not really good looking, and I think she still handles herself well enough on the move. It's a real powerful heifer that's coming out in third, and I recognize that. She stands down on about as much bone as anything that we have in the class. There's lots of top and lots of natural rib shape in her. Love the presentation. I love the power in terms of the rib and the thickness that she has, the width of chest that she has, but all that power works against her in this class a little bit. She gets just a touch plainer up in that front end for me, and as much as anything, she doesn't carry herself as nicely from hooks to pins. I just like to see her square up a little bit there today. That's a big advantage for the heifer that comes out next. On the stand, I probably have her placed above this heifer because she is square from hooks to pins. She does have more of that look and style and eye appeal of our first place heifer and even our second place heifer, but on the move is when I start to think that she gets herself in trouble a little bit. Today here at the show, she's just, she appears to be a little straighter in that hock, but especially just wants to get more upright on those pasterns. And when you watch her travel around, she just shuffles those back legs a little bit more, maybe a little higher in that tail head that I prefer. But she's one of the real good ones in class, and we're all the way down here to, what, a fourth place heifer, and we're still talking about heifers that I put in a pretty elite category for quality. So congratulations on such a powerful class. Young lady's heifer right here that comes out. I mean, man, she's heifers that we would have easily had in the top 2 or 3 in a lot of classes. She's just real complete. She's not the most of any one thing, but there's not any one thing you want to jump on and pick on her about either. She's really pretty headed. She's good shouldered. She's right in her design. A heifer that just simply put gets out measured in this class. There's just not as much of her from a dimension standpoint, from a thickness standpoint, a little tighter in that hock as she goes away. Big framed heifer wraps up the class here. Really tall fronted and long sided, but a heifer that's got quite a different body design to her. She's flatter in her rib cage, shallower back in that flank, but we really appreciate her from a growth and a performance and a length of body standpoint. Great class, real good individuals, way down deep. They deserve a nice round of applause.
Your results of Class 1 Simmental. 6th place from Porter, FFA, Jax Davis. 5th place, Midway 4H, Gracie Stonemarger. 4th place from Muskogee 4H, Jocelyn Richter. 3rd place from the Shakota 4H, Julie Emerson. 2nd place, Shakota FFA, Jade McPeak. And your winner out of Class 1 Simmentals from the Wagner FFA, Addison Kennedy. Class 2 Simmentals entered a showing at this time. Class 2 entered a showing at this time.
as we get our second or third place heifer set here, we're going to congratulate the young man with the black heifer on winning a super, super tough class. It's a fun class. It's fun to get to sort through a big set. And I'm going to tell all you kids in this class, don't leave here with your head hung down. I think you've shown in what's the biggest class of the day. And we're going to talk about heifers a long time here that we're going to really brag on. There's a lot of quality in this class. None more so, in my opinion, than the black heifer that I'm going to lead this thing off with. I think she is tremendously good in terms of her structure, in terms of her skeleton, and in terms of her quality. I think she's as fresh and honest in her condition as anything that we have in here. She's elegant up through the front third of her body. She's so sweet and refined about her head, her neck, and her shoulder, yet she comes back to some top shape and a genuine rib depth. She's long and level, yet square and thick in that hip, stands down about as correct on a hind leg as one can, and that's real evident when she goes around the ring. She's having a great day today in terms of how she looks, but it doesn't take much imagination to know that she's got a lot of room to run. And what I mean by that is I think she's awesome today. I think she'll be awesome tomorrow. I think she's awesome a year from now. I really, really think that's a good one for the long run. Congratulations on winning a tough class. A heifer that probably hey, next time get some cowboy boots, okay? Okay. But you still get to win. The heifer that wins, that's coming in second here, in some ways outmeasures that class-winning heifer. If you want to say, no, wait a minute, Jake, that one's thicker. I think she's got more bone. You're not going to get any argument out of old Jake. She's a massive, massive heifer. She's got a lot of spring and shape to her rib. She's got a gigantic hip and hind quarter in her. And for a heifer that's got that big a set of wranglers on her, she can flat get out and move. She takes a long, easy step, and that's not easy to do on a heifer that's made like that. She's also a real long, thin, clean-necked heifer. But for me, what she's not is when you talk about that real elite level of quality and you start nitpicking things like skull shape and head quality and squareness from hooks to pins and tail head set, I think she gets outmeasured a little bit in those categories by the black heifer. And I think she's more ready today from a condition standpoint. It's a fancy way of saying I think she's got a little more on her. I don't think she's quite as fresh today as our class-winning heifer. But those are two awesome females in first and second. This show doesn't get any easier as we move down from here, and these are tough decisions that have to be made. This is a big framed heifer that I've got placed third. She's a real strong-boned, deep-sided heifer that's real level in her design. I like the height and stature at the point of her shoulder. I like the levelness across her loin and the squareness from hooks to pins. Part of this is the fitting job. They've chose to leave a giant tail head on her. I don't think that compliments her. I think if you would trim that down a little bit, that would make her hip look longer and squarer, but still yet I would want to tone that down just a little bit. In a close top trio of heifers, this one's getting a little more crest at the top side of her neck, down there at the base, and that takes away from her balance. That takes away from the look in that front end just a little bit, but I still love her in terms of her body, her bone, her soundness, her growth and performance, and her length and squareness. Can't say much different about this heifer. I think she is so good in terms of length. I think she's a little better in terms of head quality and neck set. But then when you watch this heifer move, little things make a big difference at this level. Here's a heifer that wants to drop and dip more in her loin. She wants to get rougher and higher and steeper out of that tail head. And that's going to be some little things that sort her in fourth today. But in the real world, in the big picture, man, she's awesome from a maternal standpoint, from a cowiness standpoint. I like her length. I like her soundness. I like her thickness. You're leading a good one, young lady. The bald-faced heifer here, this might be the tough luck heifer of the whole class, and what I mean by that is I have 100% belief that she'd won a lot of classes here today. That heifer is just solid. She's deep, she's thick, she's got some balance, she's got some bone, and she moves well enough. But when we start comparing her against some that are elite, I think you'll have to agree that she's a little rougher over her shoulder, a little deeper in her chest, a little shorter and rounder in her hip. But don't get me wrong, we're kind of picking on a heifer that we should be bragging about for the depth, for the honesty of condition, for the thickness, and for the bone that she has. That's a real nice one. This heifer that comes out next, super eye-catching. She's almost freakish in terms of her length of body, especially relative to her more moderate frame size. She got so much foot and so much bone. Some of you at ringside probably think she ought to go a few places higher. And the reason that I don't have her higher is just because of the design of that shoulder and forerib. That's one that for me, as much as I like the bone and the length and the freshness and kind of that silhouette that she has, she's not good enough in her shoulder. She opens up at the front of her shoulder and at the top of her blade, and then she pinches in behind that shoulder into her heart girth. She needs to have more fullness right there. She needs to have a shot more femininity and smoothness to complement that muscle and that shape and that bone that she has, but still yet, don't get me wrong. I told you we're going to brag about them a long way down the line. Here's one of the heifers that I think's big time nice. Young man, you've got one that does have that added depth. She does have that advantage in flatness of shoulder and fullness of forerib, but yet she's one that doesn't have the power. Flatter in her rib, flatter in her muscle today. She sorts herself down to this end of the ring. Here comes another real deep-sided heifer. Love the body, love the mass, love the fleshing ability and the durability that she has, but as you study her from end to end, we find her to be a shorter heifer. Shorter neck, shorter bodied, shorter hip. She just needs more extension. The young man's heifer that comes out next certainly has that. She's a long, stretchy kind of a heifer. Gorgeous head, real clean neck and shoulder. Young man, time is going to be that heifer's friend. Be real diligent with your feed chores. Keep her growing and developing. You'll be shocked what she looks like next year this time. And then the heifer that wraps up her class, just presented in a real world, everyday working clothes out here. She's got growth. She's got length, she's got muscle, just lacks some of the mass and balance of those at the other end of the class. Give these kids a big round of applause. That was a tough deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 2 Simmentals. 10th place, Gracie Wasson from Roland, FFA. 9th place from Shakota 4-H, Brody Lovett. 8th place, Porter FFA, Addison Kreiner. 7th place from Meggs, Emmett Robson. 6th place from Meggs, Corey Robson. 5th place from Morris 4-H, Ella Jo Malone. 4th place, Meggs FFA, Kaylin Groves. 3rd place, Morris FFA, Callie Ledbetter. 2nd place, Wagner FFA, Kylie Richardson. And your winner from the Coweta 4-H, Cody Denton. Class 3 Simmentals in the show ring at this time. Class 3 Simmentals in the show ring at this time. Also, Shauna and or Anthony Ross. You've got a Dodge Dually that we'd ask you to be kind enough to move that vehicle. Shauna or Anthony Ross, if you would be kind enough to move your Dodge Dually. There's a delivery truck that needs to get to a concession trailer. We're waiting on food.
different kinds of heifers here in first and second, and I use the word quality a lot when we describe cattle judging shows, and I think quality is what separates these two. There's just more design and pattern and phenotype and eye appeal in the young man's heifer that's going to win it. And that's not just specific to her front end, which is better, but it's her whole skeleton. It's her whole outline. She's got more strength and levelness down her spine and through her loin. She's square in her hip. She's good in her tailhead. She stands down better on that leg. From end to end, that one just has more balance and more correctness, and it's her correctness and her advantages and eye appeal that gets her in first today. If you want to talk about the more massive one of the pair, we got to talk about the heifer in second. She's the biggest bodied heifer in the entire class, loaded up totally with volume and capacity and rib, and I love that about her. But that extra density comes at the expense of some eye appeal. She's a deeper and rounder shouldered heifer that opens up more at the top of her blade. She wants to get weak and dip down there in the middle of her back. She's not as smooth over her tailhead. None of that's going to matter when it comes to making a great cow, and I think she will make a great cow, but it cost her a few points today in the show ring. Here's a real long, muscular heifer that places third. I love the height and strength that this heifer has at her shoulder and in the middle of her back. She's certainly a stronger topped heifer than the heifer that goes out in front of her. She's very muscular. She's a little rounder in her rib and a little tighter there in the lower third of her body, and that tightness seems to translate even into the way that she moves. As she walks around the ring, she's just a little more restricted in her hock, doesn't want to reach and flex with as much looseness and athleticism as the two heifers in first and second. And then the young lady who's coming out next has a good, growthy, long-sided heifer that's got a big old thick hind quarter on her. From the side, she's got just a big bulging quarter horse-shaped kind of hip on her. When she walks, you see a deep crease and definition to that muscle. But today she needs to have a little more look. She needs to have a little more squareness and depth to that rear flank to compete with those heifers placing above her. Good job to all four of these kiddos.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results are Class 3 Simmentals. Fourth place, Woodall, 4H, Kinley Hammonds. Third place from the Fort Gibson FFA, Remington Cooper. Second place from Shakota 4H, Julie Emerson. And your winner from the Wagner FFA, Tug Kennedy. Class 4 Simmental heifers entering the show ring at this time. Class 4 Simmental heifers entering the show ring at this time. Once again, a great big thank you to Hamlin's El Toro and Norwood Products. Visit Real Okie and Muskogee. And a great big thank you to Captive Air along with Armstrong Bank, Hicks Air Conditioning. Our friend Mr. Arlen Emmels seated here to my right. He'll be up here on the auction block with me on a Saturday night raising money for young people. Always a long-time supporter of our youth and agriculture. ASA Auctions, Mr. Arlen Emmel. Muskogee Federal Credit Union, BKB Mechanical Heating and Air, and Renfro Electric. We appreciate each and every one of our sponsors. And thank you to St. Francis Health Systems, our title sponsor of this year's 2024 Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show.
We'll let these kids kind of get themselves sorted out here. We're going to use the young man's black heifer to win the class. She's the heifer that, to me, has just got a lot more shape and body and more of a maternal, cowy, female type of look to her than anything else in the class, especially compared to that heifer in second. Both of these heifers bring a lot of top, a lot of hip, and a lot of bone to the class. But when you talk about body, there's some real differences in these two. And the black heifer has more body and a better kind of body. She's more three-dimensional in that she's got more arc and excellent spring and shape to her rib. She's got more fullness in her forerib and depth all the way through the center and rear part of that body. All that, to me, adds up to a much more maternal look to her. She's got more ladylike presence, really cool up in her front end, really stout and powerful from there back. Heifer's pretty striking at places second. She's a real straight-lined, long-bodied kind of a heifer that's really smooth from her neck to her shoulder into her forerib. She stands down on a lot of bone. She's got a lot of length from hooks to pins. But where this heifer's a little deceiving, when you get behind her, she's got some shape from the side, but when you get behind her, you see that there's an element of flatness there that I don't like, and it starts up high in her rib cage. She's just flat in the way that she comes out of her spine up in the top part of that rib cage. That could be just taking the show hard, and I get that, but I think with time, as she develops and fills out and gets a baby in her, when she gets some more spring and shape to her rib, I think that'll get to be a closer pair than what I felt like it was today. And then here's another one of those thick, meaty heifers here that's going to end up third in this class. And let's recognize something about this heifer. She's maybe not blessed with the fanciest clip job today, but be careful to get too critical of this one, because she is really, really good-headed, really, really good-shouldered. She's got the right parts and pieces, and I think with a little more homework and a little more care, this one's going to shake the class up quite a bit at the next show. I really want to encourage you to go home and get to work on that one. I think you got a darn good heifer. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 4 Simmentals. Third place from the Oakdale 4-H, Olivia Watson, also known as Livy Jane. Second place from the Woodall 4-H, Blakely Jones. And your winner of Class 4 Simmentals from the Fort Gibson 4-H, Finley Musteller. Class 5 is a single entry.
Young man comes out with a single entry heifer here that's really attractive. She's really long-necked, she's smooth-shouldered and clean-chested. She's strong down her top and has the length of hip that we're looking for today. I think for the type and kind of heifer she is, she's real adequate in terms of her bone and muscle. What this heifer is that she's really green. Again, this is one that time and feed will be a big friend to her. I think with that, with some development, she'll come into more of the body that I wish she had today. And that's where I'd change her. I'd just like to fill her out a little bit in her overall width and certainly in her body mass. But I certainly appreciate her for the style and the look and the eye appeal that she has.
Congratulations to David Cullum from the Wilson FFA. He'll be your Class 5 winner. Class 6 entered the show ring at this time. 8 classes of Simmentals. 8 classes of Simmentals. Simmentals 21 selections. Simmental 21 selections, followed by the AOB. Then we'll line up
Well, a real obvious winner here in this class, just in terms of her quality and her mass and her power and her substance. We said this about other heifers today. We could say a lot of things about her, but it'd all be extremely positive. A beautifully presented, a well-made heifer that's got mass and power and volume. She sounds structured and, again, very, very high quality and nicely designed. I think the judging contest happens here for me between the heifers in second and in third, and there's no doubt I like the type and kind of the heifer in second better, but I'd sure like to level up that bag. That's troublesome to me, and I'd like to change that about her. But still yet, she's much more ladylike. She's more cow-like. She's got more of the right kind of skeleton design and the length and the stature that she needs to have, or the structure she needs to have compared to our heifer in third. Our heifer in third's a big framed heifer. She's a tall-fronted heifer. She's got length and she's got muscle, but here's a heifer that really struggles in terms of foot quality. She's grown out quite a bit in terms of her toe length. She's a heifer that I think's a little terminal in type in her body type. She wants to taper and tighten up there in that rear rib and flank, and I'd just like to add more of that lower third in her if we could. But a real powerful heifer there in third, and again, a real nice one to win this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results of Class 6 Simmental, third place Morris, FFA, Jathan Monks. Second place, 404H, Dixon Davis. And your winner, Sequoia 4-8, it's going to be Chloe Clark. Class 7 Simmentals entered the show ring at this time. Class 7 Simmentals entered the show ring at this time. A great big thank you to Pierce Creative. Look them up on Facebook. Pierce Creative for all of your show ring photos and your backdrop photos. Pierce Creative.
heifers here in first and second that are more similar in size. Then you get a set of heifers in third and fourth that are more similar size and that they're a little bigger. Don't particularly you say that I'm using these heifers because they are more moderate, but that just happens to be the case. I'm using them because I think they're the two better ones, and especially the young man's heifer that's going to win this. She comes to the top for me as easily the nicest balanced, soundest structured, cleanest, freshest, most feminine heifer in the entire class. I love the head, neck, and shoulder that she has. I love the genuineness and the freshness of her body and the shape of her body. I love all that lower third, that center, and that rear depth that she has. She's a long-hipped heifer that travels around the ring as comfortably, as soundly, and as athletically as any that we have. For me, the toughest placing comes between second and third. Second's more like our class winner, and I end up using her that way. I think it's a pretty easy placing on the stand, but when we move these heifers, I honestly wish this heifer moved a little better off those rear legs today. Still yet, I think she's similar enough to our class winner in terms of her maternal, feminine look, in terms of the body and volume that she has, the thickness and shape that she has to her hip. I like all those things well enough to keep her in second, but that being said, I would like to see her just flex and stride off that back leg a little more correctly, and we'd tone down her tail head, bring in a little more in alignment to the rest of her body if we could. Now we get into the two big girls, and this is a big girl here in third that's a good one. I'm not being critical of her, it's just an observation. She's a tall-fronted heifer, she's a long-sided heifer, and look at the udder she's making. She's thinking about calving here real soon, and she's going to deliver a real good udder for this young man, and I love that about her. This is a heifer, though, that for me, you start walking and talking about hers from a structural standpoint. She wants to roll on those outside feet, on those back, and so when she walks, she kind of rolls and wants to bow those back legs. So at the end of the day, I don't find her with a real distinct advantage over that heifer in second. I think she's a little coarser about that head. I think there's a little more crest about that neck, but make no mistake about it. For me, that's the close pair of the class, and I can see it going either way. The heifer that's going to complete the class is another big framed one. She's really pretty, she's really striking, she's really clean made, but she gives up quite a little bit in terms of muscle, in terms of rib shape up high compared to those other heifers, and just gets a little piecier, a little opened up in that shoulder, a little flatter, as they say, and more caved in behind her shoulder and her forerib. I'd like to see a little more genuine shape in that heifer to get her up any higher today. That's a good set of females. Good luck making cows out of those kids. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 7, 4th place, Muldrow 4-H, Drayden Woodruff. 3rd place from Porter, Jax Davis. 2nd place from the Roland FFA, Gracie Watson. And your Class 7 winner from Beggs FFA, Reed Groves. Class 8 Scimitars enter the show ring. This is our final class of Scimitar heifers entering, our final class of Scimitars entering. If you'd like to be considered for sale order, preliminary sale order in the Scimitar division, we ask that you please be as close as Mr. Ray King in the staging area, per our beef superintendent, Mr. Billy Holcomb.
in this class. I like all three of these real, real well. I think, again, sticking with our theme of quality and cattle that I think have just the most good in them, regardless of some other things, I think this is the one that has the most good in her. I like her from a design and soundness standpoint better than anything else in the class. I think she's the best up in the front third of her body. I think she's the best in her skeleton, and I think she's the best at the ground. I like the soundness. I like the looseness. I like the freedom of movement that she has. She's more than adequate in terms of thickness, although she's not the thickest that we have. My only criticism of her is that I wish she was calving sooner. Young lady says it's going to be May or so before we get a baby on the ground, and I wish we had a little better indicator of what her udder is going to look like. We don't. But all the other indications are real good in terms of what kind of a cow and female I think she'll make, so we're going to stick with her in first. The other two females, I think you got one close to calving here, and you got one with some product already on the ground. This is as stout of one in second as anything in the class. She's extremely muscular. She's big and good in her body. She has a huge top and hip in her. She's wide at both ends of her body. The extra muscle and the extra density works against her a little bit when you watch her move. I'd like to see her move off of both ends just a little bit looser. And when we talk about udder quality, she appears that she could be a little long-teated when she does calve. I'd like to refine that a little bit. But I think there's a lot of power in this female, and I think there's a lot of good in her. And today I'm going to choose to leave her in second. It's really, really, really hard for me to put a female third that has a calf at side at this stage of the game. But today I think that's the right placing for this female. Although I like the power, I like the bone work, I like a lot of things about this cow, I'd also change some things about her from a balance standpoint. I'd like to neaten her up a little bit in that lower shoulder. I'd certainly like to tone her down in her tail head, and her tail head's pushed quite far forward into her spine. I'd like to just see that come back more correctly at the edge of her rump. That's plenty of milk for a cow this young. You know, I hope that the structure and the levelness and the ligaments hold up in that bag well enough that she doesn't get loose bagged with age. But today I think it's okay, but that would be a concern going forward. Three good individuals. This is tough placing for me, and I'll admit it. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 8, third place, Haskell 4H, exhibiting penny and half cent, beat Cora McDonald. Second place from Fort Gibson FFA, Remington Cooper. And your winner from Shakota 4H, Shada Carpenter. $21 to bid, $21 to buy. Championship lineup in the Simmental division. Your winner out of Class 1 from Wagner FFA. Put your hands together for Addison Kennedy. Your winner out of Class number 2 from the Coweta 4H, Cody Denton. Your winner out of Class 3 from the Wagner FFA. Let's hear it for Tug Kennedy. Your winner out of Class 4 from Fort Gibson 4H. How about a round of applause for Finley Mosteller. Your winner out of Class 5 from the Wilson FFA. How about a round of applause for David Cullum. Your winner out of Class 6, Sequoia 4H, Chloe Clark. Your winner out of Class 7 from the Biggs FFA, Reed Groves. And rounding out your championship lineup, your winner out of Class number 8 from Shakota 4H, Shada Carpenter.
Well, here's been one of our biggest shows of the day and certainly of the afternoon. Let's show our appreciation to these kids with a really good round of applause. These kids really had to compete in this division, and we often joke around our house. I say, I don't know why any mom or dad would ever want to show a scimitar, because this has got to be one of the toughest breeds and one of the toughest shows to ever win, and that's going to be the case here at your show this afternoon. You know, from the young calf here, and we work our way down the line, but we just kept adding good ones and adding good ones and adding good ones, and I think this is a pretty outstanding lineup here, and as we find our champion, I think we do so with one that's real logical and real good to use in terms of just their quality and their mass and their power and their substance. But then as we kind of regroup and think about who's going to be reserved, it's going to get to be more of a head scratcher for me, and I think a lot closer race. And it might take me just a second to do that, but at this point we want to recognize this young lady here. I'm going to use her as your champion scimitar and ask you to give her a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion scimitar is exhibited by Chloe Clark, a Sequoia 4H. Dixon Davis, second place out of Class 6. Dixon Davis, second place out of Class 6. 21 selections, 21 scimitar exhibitors. If you'd like to be considered for preliminary sale order, you need to be at the makeup area. Need to be in a staging area. Scimitar exhibitors. Dixon Davis, second place, Class 6. Dixon Davis, second place, Class 6, coming in from behind the announcer stand. Thank you for being ready. Other scimitar exhibitors, there are 20 more selections. So please, if you would like to be considered, you need to be as close as the staging area with Mr. Ray King. If he looks for you, he's going to wave Mr. Holcomb off and you will be passed up. Congratulations, your reserve champion scimitar heifer being exhibited by Addison Kennedy from the Wagner FFA. Jade McPeak, second place out of Class 1. Come on in. Jade McPeak, Shakota FFA, second place out of Class 1. Lineup is correct, Mr. Scott. Congratulations out of Class 2 from the co-ed of 4-H, looking for a pair of cowboy boots, Cody Denton. Kylie Richardson joins us in the lineup. Your fourth selection is Reed Groves out of class number 7. Gracie Wasson, second place out of class 7. Come on in and join the fun. Congratulations out of class number 3, Tug Kennedy will be selection number 5. Julie Emerson, second place out of class 3. Julie Emerson. Cody Denton, they have your lanyard up here. Mr. Ray King has your third place lanyard. Cody Denton. Mr. Ray King in the flannel shirt, the breezeway, has your lanyard. Congratulations, Kylie Richardson out of class 2 will be your 6th selection. Callie Ledbetter, third place out of class 2. Come around the back of the announcer stand. Callie Ledbetter, come in. Kaylin Groves, join us behind the announcer stand. Congratulations to Shada Carpenter. She'll be your 7th selection. Remington Cooper, second place out of class 8, joins the fun. And Mr. Cooper sitting on go. The lineup is correct. Mr. Scott. 13, 14 more selections. 14 more in the Simmental breed. Simmental exhibitors, if you would like to be considered, we ask that you please be in the staging area or closer. Jade McPeak will be the 8th selection for preliminary sale order in the Simmental breed. Miss Julie Emerson's 3rd place out of class 1 is going to join us. Julie Emerson's 3rd place out of class 1 will come around. Thank you. We switch showman. We're back in the ring. Lineup is correct. For selection number 9. And it will be Finley Mosteller will be selection number 9 out of Class 4. Blakely Jones, second place out of Class 4. Blakely Jones, second place out of Class 4. Coming in stage left of the announcer's stand. Gonna send you to Miss Bailey, but she run off. She's handing out lanyards. We appreciate all the help around the ring. Takes a village to get the kids here, and it takes more than an army to make this show move as smoothly as it does, and we're very thankful for all of our volunteers. Out of class number 2, Callie Ledbetter will be the 10th selection. Out of class 2, Kaylin Groves, 4th place out of class 2. Kaylin Groves, 4th place out of class 2. If you'll join the fun here in the ring for our preliminary sale order lineup of the Simmental Division. Class 2. Congratulations, Remington Cooper will be your 11th selection preliminary sale order. Cora McDonald, if you'll bring in penny and half cent for the lineup. Selection number 12 here in the Simmental Division. Preliminary sale order. 10 more selections. Selection number 12 will be Julie Emerson out of class number 1. That means Julie Emerson's class 3 second place will move out of the ring. Remington Cooper out of class 3 is already in. Kenley Hammonds, 4th place out of Class 3, and Jocelyn Richter, 4th place out of Class 1. Please come in. Jocelyn Richter, 4th place out of Class 1, and Kenley Hammonds, 4th place out of Class 3. Kenley Hammonds, 4th place in Class 3. This will be selection number 13. 9 more selections here. 9 more. The lineup is correct. Gracie Wasson will be your 13th selection. She comes out of Class 7. Jax Davis from Porter. Jax Davis coming in. Selection number 14. Mr. Davis, if you'll go see Miss Bailey. Cora McDonald, the pair. Penny and a half cents, the 14th selection. That concludes Class 8. The lineup is correct for selection number 15. Congratulations to Jax Davis. He will be the 15th selection. Drayden Woodruff, 4th place in Class 7. Drayden Woodruff, 4th place in Class 7. Oh, that's like turning the semi around in the school parking lot, boys. Nice job. We got him turned around, and we're bringing Drayden Woodruff in 4th place out of Class 7. When he gets in place, your lineup will be correct for selection number 16 of 21. Out of Class number 2, it'll be Kaylin Groves for the 16th selection. Ella Jo Malone, 5th place out of Class 2. Ella Jo Malone, 5th place out of Class 2. Miss Ella Jo Malone is joining our lineup. This will be the 17th selection here in the Simmental Division. Out of Class 1, Jocelyn Richter will be your 17th selection. Gracie Stonebarger, 5th place scratch. Is that what that means? We're scratching that one. All right, Jax Davis. Jax Davis was already in. That will be the end of Class 1. We will go to the 18th selection, and it will go to Ella Jo Malone with the 18th selection. Corey Robson, 6th place, Class 2. Corey Robson, 6th place, Class 2. Thank you, Mr. King, for lining them up. Corey Robson will be the 19th selection. We're going to move to Emmett Robson out of Class 2. Emmett Robson out of Class 2. 2 more selections here in the Simmental Division. 2 more selections, and then we will go to the AOB. I do believe AOB. We're 2 selections away. Emmett Robson joins the lineup. We're 2 selections away from moving into the AOBs. Congratulations to Blakely Jones. She will be the 20th selection. Olivia Watson, also known as Libby Jane, come on in. We got 1 more to bring in, and we will select selection number 21, Libby Jane's coming in. This will be your 21st selection here in the Simmental Division. Congratulations to Emmett Robson. He'll be the 21st selection. Ladies and gentlemen, all Simmental exhibitors are excused. Don't let them leave here with their head down. Cheer them up as they make their way out. We'll move to the AOBs. I'd like to say a great big thank you to Stuart Martin Kubota, B5 Show Supplies, Perry Group, LLC. Also thank you to the American Bank of Oklahoma, Bar E Embroidery, and the Bar E Ranch, the American Bank of Oklahoma, Wheeler Metals, James Hodge Ford, P&K Equipment. And if you don't have a monthly subscription to Tommy's Car Wash like Parafuel, you need to hurry up and do so. Green grass is coming on and the sun's shining. Get your vehicle shined up and ready to go. Thank you to Tommy's Express Car Wash and our friends at Warren Cat, Outback Laboratories, and One Oak.
Our first AOB heifer is a really heavy-muscled individual that's just full of shape. From about every angle that you can look at her, you see bulge and shape and definition of muscle. Great big top and a really thick hip. Lots of volume, lots of width from one end to the other of that female. She's a little rounder than what I prefer, and I'd like to sweeten her up just a notch in her front end. But I really, really appreciate the stoutness of bone and the thickness and power our class-winning heifer has. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Sophie McGuire, your AOB class winner. Class 2 AOB is coming in at this time.
This is admittedly quite a departure in type and kind from what I've been doing, but this is a close placing, and then if you want to argue it, that's fine with me, because I think it can go either way. But the young man's heifer here, although she's much more moderate than I prefer, she's also a lot better bodied kind of a heifer that's just looser on both ends today, and I'm going to go ahead and let her win the class. The big heifer I like in terms of her size and her length and her levelness and her bone, but she needs to be better bodied at this stage of the game, and she sure needs to be freer and looser in the way she moves off of either end. Close placing, good things about both of them. How about we show them some love with a nice round of applause?
Congratulations, your results are Class 2 AOB. Sophie McGuire, Shakota FFA will be second, and Ransom Richardson from the Gore FFA will be your Class winner. Class number 2. 2 entries in Class 3, and then we'll line up our AOBs. 2 entries in Class 3, and then we'll line up our AOBs.
This is a really interesting pair of heifers. I'm going to use the beefier, stouter heifer. It's got more muscle and bone, probably a little more eye appeal. But in doing so, I really want to brag on this heifer that the young lady's showing in second. I think this is a heifer that as time goes on and she develops and matures, could get pretty intriguing. I think she's real stylish. She's really, really smooth-sided. She's got a wild hair coat on her. Let that one get bred and far along and just develop a little more. She's real interesting. She's got some femininity and some smoothness and some length, some soundness of structure, things that I really like. Good luck with her going forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, your results of Class 3 AOB. Second place, dual FFA, Hannah Pritchett. And your winner, Class 3 for the Gold 4-H, Paisley Oxtoby. We'll bring back in our class winners in AOB. Sophie McGuire will be your Class 1 winner. Ransom Richardson, your Class 2 winner, and Paisley Oxtoby is your Class 3 winner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a short show, but a real interesting show here. Good group of kids and a nice set of cattle that end up matching pretty well for their size and for their kind. They're all three pretty beefy cattle that are muscular and thick from one end to the other. These three heifers have bone. There's two heifers that stand out to me as I think being a little sounder in the group. There's two that stand out as maybe having a little more balance and length of front end and things like that in the group. But I think the heifer that brings it the most good to the forefront and offers the fewest problems is this red heifer, and she'll be today's champion. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion AOB is going to be Sophie McGuire. That was a single entry.
Probably a little closer for me for reserve, although I appreciate the young man's heifer in the middle. Good catch, big guy. You betcha. Got a job interview I'd like to do with you later. Although I like the soundness and the stoutness, she is a little shorter and more compact for me. So for those reasons, I'm going to use this little longer-sided heifer here, and she'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Paisley Oxtoby. She'll be your reserve champion AOB. Hannah Pritchett comes in. Hannah Pritchett will join Ransom Richardson here. Congratulations, Ransom Richardson will be your third selection. and Hannah Pritchett will be your fourth selection. If you will give our AOB exhibitors a great big round of applause. We're going to start lining up your champions, your reserve champions, and all the way down. We're going to get our lineup done. So if you are lining up, if you are a champion or reserve champion, you need to come on back over this way.
Right now, more than ever, we're choosing to take the back roads and stay off of the beaten path. We're doing all that we can to avoid the crowds and the hustle of the city. While we know that taking the road less traveled isn't for everyone, it's where we feel most at home. Every turn down this road could be challenging, and much like you, we know the harder the challenge, the greater the reward. That's why each and every day, Bravado Wireless is growing our network further down the county roads and down the roads less traveled. We're making sure wherever your road may lead, you're always connected. We are Bravado Wireless, Oklahoma's own wireless provider.
Get treated like a neighbor, not a number. With the best price on home internet and mobile service from your friendly local provider. Make the switch and save.
Other wireless companies need 4-page brochures to explain plans that are too complicated and cost way too much. We are not like the others. We are Bravado Wireless. We offer one line of unlimited talk, text, and 4G LTE data for only $40 per month, with no minimum number of lines and no hidden fees. This is your year to be bold, connect fast at the best price. We live where you live, and we are proud to be a part of your community here in Eastern Oklahoma. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
If you haven't heard, we're moving to 5G and shutting down our 3G network. But don't worry, this is a good thing. What you can expect out of this conversion: less dropped calls, crystal clear calls, faster data, and voice and data simultaneously. Unfortunately, some older phones will need to be upgraded to a newer device capable of an eSIM. Contact your local Bravado Wireless store to find out if your device needs to be upgraded or not. And make sure you're following Bravado Wireless on social to stay in the know of our conversion dates. We are Bravado Wireless, and we believe in the power of connection.
Hereford from you, fall of 4-H, Kristen Hansen. Oh, don't weaken on me. Your champion, Limousin from the Utah FFA. How about a round of applause for Bailey Smith? Your champion, Maine Heifer from the Bigs 4-H. How about a round of applause for Abigail Medford? Your champion, Red Angus from the Midway FFA, Caitlin Skiles. Your champion, Santa Gertrudis, Shiloh Pitchford. Your champion, Shorthorn from the Keys FFA. How about it for Cassie Kelly? Your champion, Simmental, Chloe Clark. And your champion, AOB, Sophie McGuire from the Shakota FFA. Standing before you in the top 12 heifers of your 2024 Muskogee Regional Junior Livestock Show. As we walk around the ring, ladies and gentlemen, our big superintendent has asked the kids to stay closer to the fence. And as we start our championship selection for your sale order, we will take care of it to the best of our ability. We ask that you be patient. Good Lord bless us with patience and good sportsmanship. So we'll get it all lined out. I promise we'll get it straightened out. Need a vehicle moved. It's going to be a Dodge license plate IMB 050, IMB 050, and a Ford. Oh, school district. It's going to be a white Ford 31014, school district 31014. Blocking a manhole cover. There may be a man down in there, so we need you to move.
introduction by telling you how much I appreciate the opportunity to be back here in Muskogee for the second year. If you was here last year, I think I shared with you that this was my district when I grew up showing. So it's kind of a homecoming game for me, and I'm really, really appreciative of the opportunity to be back with you here this year. I got a pretty decent memory, and from memory of last year, I know it was a good show, it was an impressive show, but this stands out as better to me. I know the top end was awfully competitive last year, but I think you've got way more depth and quality in the show this year, and I think this lineup speaks to that. From one breed down to the other, I'm not going to go through and talk about it. I am really, really impressed with what a good representative of each breed and each color that we have out here. I think there's some extremely impressive individuals. I think by now you got an idea of what I like and maybe what I don't like. And whenever I'm really impressed to win this thing, she ties everything together pretty much down there. I think this is a heifer that's genuine in her top shape. I think this is a heifer that's got a good hip. I think she's got good hips from end to end. I like her size. I like her performance. I love her service. And she will fill your eyes up with eye appeal and look and style and class. And then from there, we're going to have kind of hands full working through this sale order because I think after we get through our champion, it's just real close, razor thin decisions on what we're going to do from there. And you guys are no doubt going to see this different. Everybody's going to have a favorite, and everybody wants to win. But whatever your favorite is, I think you all can agree these kids have done a heck of a job. This has been an outstanding show. You always know it's going to be good when you're in this part of the world. You're in the heart of show cattle country right here, and there's been no disappointment. So thank you and congratulations, and please give these kids a round of applause as we go make somebody later.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are selecting our champion, I say we loosely. The young man responsible for that is from Gordon, Nebraska. If you would put your hands together for our official today, Mr. Jake Sky. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Supreme Heifer, will be Chloe Clark with the key. We're going to bring in Lily James, second place with the key. Lily James, second place with the key. We'll ask that you please keep the in-out gate clear, and we're going to work through 40 selections after we select our reserve champion. And once we get deeper into that, we will know how many alternates. So, bringing cattle through the cheap seats back here behind me. selection of your third overall in a heifer is a bronze heifer. They will select 4-0. That'll be 40 selections. Your third overall in bronze heifer, Cade Fowler with a commercial. All exhibitors in the ring move to the outside. All exhibitors in the ring move to the outside. So Chloe Clark was your champion. That means we're going to go past Chloe Clark's commercial and we're going to Cassie Kelly's commercial. All exhibitors move to the outside part of the ring so we can keep everything straight. We do agree that it is trickier than herding 14 cats. But I also want you to understand there's one man here getting paid, the rest of us are volunteering. So we'll get it right. I promise I don't need any canes being thrown. We will get it right. Just be patient with us. It'll be done right, okay? We got the greatest staff and group of help that we can get, so we appreciate each and every one of you all for helping your kids. We'll get Cassie Kelly with a commercial heifer in for our lineup for our fourth selection. They also pulled out Chloe Simmental, so that means we need Addison Kennedy. Second place in the Simmental. Addison Kennedy, second place with a Simmental. Cassie Kelly joined us with a commercial. Okay, Addison Kennedy is in. I believe the lineup is correct. Mr. Scott? This will be the fourth selection. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Bailey Smith with a Limousin heifer will be your fourth selection. That means second place Bailey Smith is a move past her, and we're going to Caitlin Skiles with a Limousin. Caitlin Skiles with a Limousin. Also, if you have not taken a photo at the backdrop, Pierce Creative needs to see you at the backdrop. They will not be here after the conclusion of tonight's steer show. Caitlin Skiles, third place with a Limmy. This will be our fifth selection of 40. Ladies and gentlemen, your fifth selection will be Kaylin Grove with a Charolais heifer. Shayla Dismukes with a Charolais heifer. If you'll come in from the announcer stand side. Thank you, Miss Dismukes, for being ready. Shayla, if you'll come to the far end and see me. Lineup is correct, Mr. Scott. Gracie Stonebarger with an Angus heifer will be your sixth selection. Dylan Denton with an Angus heifer. If you'd come in and join the fun, please. Dylan Denton, thank you. Simmental Addison Kennedy will be your seventh selection. Addison Kennedy. We will go to Cody Denton with a Simmental. Cody Denton with a Simmental. Abigail Mefford with a main heifer. She will be your eighth selection. Abigail Mefford. Erica Ward, second place with a main heifer. Erica Ward with a main heifer. Thank you, Miss Ward, for being ready. You'll go see Miss Bailey Ray. Okay, your ninth selection will be Cassie Kelly with a commercial heifer. Lily Bollinger will come in, and Cassie Kelly's two Shorthorns go out. Cassie Kelly's two Shorthorns go out, and that brings in Briley Schote with a Shorthorn, and also Lily Bollinger with a commercial. All right, exhibitors, make you another circle and try to stay outside so we don't get Mr. Scott run over. He's been run over 3 times before he got here yesterday, and we don't want him to talk bad about the Muskogee Regional. Let him talk bad about Payne County. Everybody walk, everybody walk, everybody walk. Outside, everybody walk to the outer circle. Everybody walk to the outer circle. Okay? Everybody walk to the outer circle. We get Briley Showed in with our Shorthorn. Okay, thank you. Our ring is right. Okay, stop and set them up. Everybody's trying to stay as set up as you can. We know that it's tough and there's a lot on the line. We're going to be patient. Lily Bollinger will be your 10th selection for sale order with a commercial heifer. Kaysen Fowler with a commercial heifer. Come in, please. Kaysen Fowler. Thank you. Congratulations, Dylan Denton. You'll be the 11th selection with an Angus. Callie Ledbetter with an Angus. Callie Ledbetter with an Angus. Come join the fun. Also, a great big thank you to Mr. Ray King for lining them up in the staging area. We appreciate all of our volunteers. Congratulations to Kristen Hansen. She will be the 12th selection for your sale order. Isaiah Salee will come in. He's in and ready to go. Congratulations, Shayla Dismukes will be your 13th selection with a Charolais. Kaya Briley, if you would come join us, please. Kaya, if you'll come over here closest to the bleachers, and Miss Pam is lining you up there. Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles with a Red Angus. That will be the 14th selection. Also, Caitlin's Lemmy Heifer is going to be excused. Thank you for turning in your lanyard. Addison Kreiner with a Lemmy, if you would come in and join the fun, along with Jocelyn Richter with a Red Angus. Jocelyn Richter with a Red Angus. Congratulations to Jocelyn Richter. She will be your 15th selection for sale order. We're going to bring in Kinley Cole with the Red Angus from the Porter 4-H. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Thank you, Mr. King. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Denton, Cody Denton, with his new cowboy boots on that he borrowed off a neighbor. 16th, Cody Denton, Reed Groves joins us. He done pretty good. He found the right size as well. Congratulations to Reed Groves with a Simmental. He'll be your 17th selection. Tug Kennedy with a Simmental. Tug Kennedy with a Simmental. Thank you, Mr. Tug. '18 will be Tug Kennedy out of the Simmental breed. Kylie Richardson out of the Simmental breed. Kylie Richardson. 40 selections followed by a numerous number of alternates. Isaiah Salee will be the 19th selection. We will move to Lily Bollinger. Lily has a commercial heifer in. Will pass her Hereford and go to Abigail Mefford. She has one in, I do believe, as well. She has a main in. Will pass her Hereford. Callie Borjan. Callie Borjan with a Hereford. Borjan. We are correct. The lineup is correct. This will be selection number 20. Congratulations to Kylie Richardson with a Simmental. She will be selection number 20. Kylie Richardson with a Simmental. Shada Carpenter with a Simmental. Shada Carpenter with a Simmental. Come right on in, this young lady. Congratulations, Shada Carpenter. She will be the 21st selection. Jade McPeak with a Simmental heifer. Jade McPeak with a Simmental heifer. This will be selection number 22. Congratulations. Jade McPeak is selection number 22. Finley Mosteller. Finley Mosteller. Thank you, Miss Jade, and congratulations. Finley Mosteller will be your 23rd selection for your sale order. Moves to Callie Ledbetter with the Simmental. Callie Ledbetter. Callie Ledbetter in the Simmental. Callie Ledbetter. This will be selection number 24. And we're going to Callie Ledbetter with an Angus heifer. Will be selection number 24. Joseph Davis with an Angus heifer. And Remington Cooper with a Simmental heifer. Joseph Davis with an Angus heifer. And Remington Cooper with a Simmental heifer. This will be selection 25 once we get our lineup right. Congratulations, Lily James with a key. That will be your 25th selection. Jake Cox with a key. Jake Cox. They point that way. Erica Ward with a main heifer will be your 26th selection. Alexandria Yates with a main heifer comes in and joins the fun, please, and thank you. Congratulations to Kaya Briley. She will be the 27th selection with a Charolais heifer. Katie Dismukes. Thank you, Miss Dismukes. She is in and ready, my friend. She wants an opportunity to be selected. The 28th selection. Kinley Cole will be your 28th selection with the Red Angus. Brenlin Heifel, if you would come join us, please. Brenlin Heifel with a Red Angus heifer. Congratulations, Kason Fowler. He will be your 29th selection with a commercial heifer. Wiley Hanson with a commercial heifer. Wiley Hanson with a commercial heifer. Our ring is correct. This will be selection number 30, 3-0. Callie Bourgeon will be the 30th selection with a Hereford heifer. We're going to need Knox Cook with a Hereford heifer. Hereford Knox Cook will be selection number 31. Claire Foreman, come on in with a Hereford heifer. Claire Foreman, you'll come on in with a Hereford heifer. Claire Foreman with a Hereford. This will be selection number 32 as we have a ring correct. Congratulations to Wiley Hanson. He will be your 32nd selection. Jade McPeak is in. We'll move past Jade. Finley Mosteller is in. We'll move past Finley Mosteller. We're going to Briley Breckenridge. If you would come in, please. Briley Breckenridge with a commercial heifer. This will be selection number 33. Thank you, Briley. She said, I'm in. That's right. Got the flashing neon. Scimitar be Remington Cooper will be your 33rd selection. Julie Emerson with a scimitar. Come in, Julie Emerson with a scimitar.
Now you're just on.
Addison Kreiner with a limousine will be selection number 34. Cash Kreiner. Come on in with a limousine heifer. Cash Kreiner. Congratulations to Claire Foreman. She will be selection number 35. Gracie Gist with a Hereford. Gracie Gist with a Hereford. Our ring is correct. This will be selection number 36. Alexandria Yates with a mane. Alexandria Yates with a mane will be your 36th selection. Cash Connor with a mane coming in to the left of the announcer stand. Congratulations with the Hereford, Gracie Gist. Thank you. That will be your 37th selection. Gracie Gist will be the 37th selection. Holly Perry with the Hereford. Holly Perry with the Hereford. Holly Perry, we're passing. We're going to Caleb Heifers, they said, with the Hereford. Caleb Heifers with the Hereford. We're past Holly Perry. We're on Caleb Heifers. Holly Perry scratched. The cattle are gone. We're going to Caleb Heifers. Charolais, selection number 38 will be Katie Dismukes. Congratulations. Now we need Carly Dismukes in, please, and thank you. Charolais on the run. Here we go. She's joining us, and the lineup is correct. The ring's right, selection 39. Julie Emerson will be your 39th heifer selected. That is with a Simmental heifer. We will go to Gracie Wasson with a Simmental. Gracie Wasson with a Simmental. Oh, man. Looked like me on a Friday night. They may start tailing you up. We're in trouble. This will be the 40th selection for our sale order in your heifer division. This will be the final selection, and then we will select 10 alternates. Congratulations, Joseph Davis, number 40. Kylie Richardson with an Angus heifer. Kylie Richardson with an Angus heifer. I have no idea. I don't even start guessing. Yes, you are correct. Thank you, Mr. King. Kylie Richardson is in with a semi. We're going down to Kirsten Woodruff. Kirsten Woodruff with an Angus, please, sir. Miss Gina, 10 alternates. Is that correct, ma'am? Thank you very much. We appreciate those ladies up there in the booth keeping everything straight. As we talked about, it takes a lot of volunteers to make this thing work. And we're very thankful for each and every one of them that volunteer their time here. Also, we got just a second there, Miss Gina Stacy up there in the box on the far left side. I believe this is your number, what, 10 or 33? Feels like 25 years in a row. I don't know how many it is, ladies and gentlemen, but if you would, give Miss Gina Stacy a big round of applause. 22. Wow, she keeps it all straight. Thank you, Miss Stacy. This will be your first alternate selected. Kirsten Woodruff will be your first alternate selected. Colton Woodruff coming on in. Colton Woodruff with an Angus. Colton Woodruff with an Angus. All right, you're good. Don't panic now. We've selected 41 of them. We only got 9 more to go. Hey, our steer show will start at 7 o'clock tonight. Our steer show will start at 7 o'clock tonight. Just in time for Miss Pam to go warm up and come back and do it all over again. Steer show will start at 7 o'clock tonight. Here we come with the Angus, Colton Woodruff. You're good, boss. You're good. Whoop, don't run into the back side of the red one. Come on around. That's just chewed up grass. It'll match your green shirt. This is Mr. Colton Woodruff with an Angus. Thank you, Mr. Woodruff, for joining us. He's at a disadvantage. His leg's only half as long as most people's. That's what took him so long to get here. But he's ready to be selected now. We're going to go with a Simmental. Gracie Wasson will be your second alternate selected. Gracie Wasson. Cora McDonald with a Simmental heifer. Cora McDonald with a Simmental heifer. Congratulations to Cora McDonald. She'll be your third alternate selected. We're going to move down to Jax Davis. We'll move down to Jax Davis. Come on, Penny. Oh, that's half cent. Penny's the red one, half cent's the little one. Jax Davis with a Simmental. This will be your fourth alternate selected once we get our Simmental in. Ladies and gentlemen, your fourth alternate selected will be Jake Cox with the key. Giles Wisenhunt. Joining the fun, 6 more alternates, 6 more. Congratulations to Giles Wisenhunt. He'll be your 5th alternate selected. I guarantee you. Kai Fowler coming in with the key. Kai Fowler's coming in left of the announcer's stand. Carly Dismukes will be your 6th alternate. That will conclude the Charolais breed, sir. The ring is right. This will be the 7th alternate selected. Jax Davis will be your 7th alternate. Jax Davis. Kaylin Groves with a scimitar comes in. Kaylin's already in. I don't know. Yes, in with a Charolais, thank you. We're going to go to Jocelyn Richter with a scimitar. Huh? Kaylin Groves is in with a Charolais. Jocelyn Richter is in with a Red Angus. We're on Ella Jo Malone. This will be the 8th alternate selected. We will make 3 more. We, as in loosely, we will make 3 more selections. Mr. Scott will do that. Nope. Nope. Got one right here, sir. Briley Breckenridge with a commercial will be your 8th alternate selected. Kinley Cole is already in with a Red Angus. Brody Lovett with a commercial. Brody Lovett. 2 more selections here in your heifer division. 2 more selections here in your heifer division. Brody Lovett's joining the fun. Mr. Jake Scott, the ring is right. 7 o'clock for a steer show tonight. Limousin Cash Kreiner will be your 9th alternate selected. Mackenzie Dobbs, if you would come in with a Limousin. Mackenzie Dobbs will be the final heifer coming in. This will be our 10th alternate selected, and we're good with 10 alternates, Miss Gina? 10 alternates? Good with 10? Okay, we got one more selection. One more. Just clarifying before we turn everybody out. We got one more selection. Mackenzie Dobbs will come in, and Mr. Jake Scott will make our 10th and final alternate selection here in our heifer division. Kai Fowler will be your 10th alternate selected. Ladies and gentlemen, give all of our heifer exhibitors a big round of applause as they are excused at this time. We'll take your lanyards, please, before you leave. If you've got lanyards in the barn and you did not get an opportunity to come back.
You don't need 4 lines for our best price. Get unlimited mobile service for $40 per month, per line, period. With the same nationwide network as Big Wireless and neighborly service like nowhere else. Make the switch and save.
This broadcast is a copyright of Bravado Wireless. This game and broadcast should not be reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed without the express written consent of Bravado Wireless and its management.